afternoon, everyone. It is high noon on April 11th, 2022, and we are in the Joanne Idolette Junior Teacher Education Center, and this is the Superintendent's Workshop for today. I'm going to call the meeting at 12 noon, and I'd like to recognize the Superintendent to explain today's workshop. While you do that, could you explain also the timing that was sent and posted? Because we have 12 to 4 for Superintendent's Workshop, and then we have 4 to 6 for another workshop.
So what was agreed upon and should have been posted is we start this meeting at noon, and immediately following, or we exhaust this agenda, the superintendent's items, we move right on to any board discussion items. We do have one board discussion item today, which would be heard, I would anticipate, significantly earlier than 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And our first item for today, I'll have Mr. Meyer set up and present. This is the instruction materials for math adoption, in which we're kind of on a wait-and-see mode through the state. But Mr. Meyer will give additional information as to where we are there.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, as briefed to the board when we did the adoption process, we are at a position now where we're waiting for the state to approve their list. As we began the process back in the fall, we explained how Florida statutes require the district to go through certain steps, and then ultimately the state board, or excuse me, the Department of Education approves the list, should be by April 1st, which if districts were to wait until April 1st to begin their process, there's no way we could finish our process in time to order the materials. So once again, hats off to the Math Instructional Materials Committee that has done their due diligence and their review up to this point. We're hopeful, we remain hopeful, that we could still get the list from the Department of Education prior to the April 25th meeting. I mean, they're 10 days late now. Hopefully they can get it to us so that we could vote on that. And if you recall the item that the board approved, we adopted and named the 4 titles-ish in elementary, 4-ish titles in middle school for the purpose to begin that review. We did receive a few petitions for some of those books that we've heard public comment about at the high school level. We have not begun the process to hold a hearing on those because, quite frankly, we don't know whether or not they'd be on the state's list. If they're not on the state's list, it certainly doesn't make any sense for us to defend those. So we're going to wait till we get the state's list and then be ready to make a recommendation to the board. So there's really nothing to present at this time. We're just hopeful that we get that list prior to the 25th. Because obviously if we don't get it by the 25th, we'd be waiting until May to order, and that continues to put, not just our students in Indian River, but the whole state at risk of getting the books in time. So I'm hopeful that we get that list soon.
Okay, board members, Mrs. Rosario.
Yeah, I was doing some research this weekend. Just one of the reasons why I didn't get a chance to talk with you on this topic, which I'm going to ask a question of. The review committee for the adoption, for the math adoptions process, that committee is not held in the Sunshine, correct?
False. That committee was publicly noticed and anyone could attend, yes.
Okay. So I was reviewing this weekend a court case from Collier County that the Florida Alliance, Citizens Alliance, I suppose sued the county for a violation of Sunshine Law with regard to one of their textbook adoptions process. And the courts ruled in favor of the complainant. That the adoptions process, it's very interesting. I'm bringing that up because I think it's important for us to take a look at it. I know Ms. Shattuck is kind of looking. It ended, the case is September 10th, 2021 was when the final appeals or the judgment was rendered, I suppose. And the court case just basically said that everything really needs to be out in the open. But what I found interesting was that the textbook committee, I think the word is, if the textbook committee is crystallizing, and that's the word that is used in the case is crystallizing an opinion, or helped, this is how it's worded, helped to crystallize the decision to be made by the school board. In other words, they've come up with a recommendation and they're kind of forwarding their recommendation, not as a recommendation, but as a direction in which the board should vote, rather than giving the board all of the data and letting the board decide. And there was an interesting, how they worded it, that doing it that way and allowing the committee to crystallize the decision for the board was a violation of sunshine as well. Rather than providing, I'll bring this up in a little while too, rather than providing the board with all of the data that they've collected and then allowing. But anyway, so if you read it, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. So I'm glad to hear that it's been in the sunshine, you know, that our adoptions committee has been in the sunshine. So again, just in case you wanted, I have copies here, but I can provide that with you, for you, so you can review it.
Okay, and Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A special thank you to Kelly Baser, Mr. Meyer, and that team. I know the intense work that goes into any adoption. I did my due diligence. I talked with math teachers, math coach, district office people, and I read every evaluation that was done by the committee members. I said before, and I'll say it again, the number one choice for me as a board member will be what our math teachers want. As you look at our math scores, and as Dr. Moore begins to present that, especially in the year of COVID, the last couple of years, you know, we slipped a little bit, just like the whole nation. And I do think, even though I was a teacher a long time ago, we need to listen to those people in the classrooms that are there each and every day. And I won't even say the last 10 years, I'll say the last 3 years, because there's been a real change as far as what teachers are expected to do, and obviously a change with our students and what they've gone through with COVID. We said this before, the seniors this year basically had one normal year. Those meetings were open. I didn't get to them this year. I ran the science one a few years ago, but they were definitely open and in the sunshine. So again, when that recommendation comes through, as Mr. Meyer said, maybe they won't even be on the list, so we'll have to take a look at the other ones that are on the list. We need to make sure that our math teachers and our math coaches and our district math people have the curriculum, have the textbooks that will support growth in math. Thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, I always make the assumption it's probably, you could criticize for it, is what ultimately ends up on the list is acceptable to the Department of Education. And then within that framework, what's selected by the teachers that have to teach it, presumably is the best option available. All I know for sure is that much like early childhood literacy, numeracy, we are way behind. And whatever curriculum along the way enables us to close that gap from wherever we are to whatever we ideally would like to be, I would be in favor of. But I think at some point in time, you've got to go with the people that are responsible for implementing whatever the curriculum is. We can all sit here and have a slightly different point of view, but that's what these are the professionals, and oftentimes people look at something and come to a different conclusion, but I would certainly support what they recommend, all other things being equal.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. First of all, so you don't want to state what the high school choices were yet, you're saying, because you're waiting to see, because those are the petitions that were put forward were just about high school titles, is that correct?
That's correct. The only petitions we received were those high school titles that have been mentioned at the other meetings during public comment. The Savas titles for some of the advanced courses.
Right, the two that were in question. So you don't want to put forward what the committee's recommendation is yet, because you're waiting to see whether or not their recommendation is selected or not selected?
That's right. I mean, I think that's an
Okay.
accurate statement. We will pick from the list. So we want to make sure that whatever we pick from the list, it echoes Mr. Barefoot's statement. If the state approves it, then we would pick something that's on that list. So.
Okay, and so by law, the state was supposed to give us that list April 1st, correct?
That's correct.
And so we have not gotten that list yet. Have we gotten any notification about why that list is late?
I requested, that was just told that they hope that it's available soon.
Is there anything board members can do to help and move this timeline? Because I remember last year with Amplify, it was a little bit helpful for board members to get involved with understanding or getting Tallahassee to understand that we're under a time crunch.
So through the chair, Wednesday I have FADS, the Superintendent's Association. We'll be getting a briefing at that time, and maybe at the end of Wednesday, I'll be able to give the board an update with information shared from the state,
Okay.
and then advise the
So
board
hold
if there is.
tight, you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay. And then.
The answer is yes, there is stuff the board can do, but let's see what they say.
Okay, that's fair. We're not in a time crunch as of yet, but we will be as we keep moving forward.
And that's accurate. I mean, as we try to give the presentations, on today, and then we would bring it for approval, but if it's available for the 25th, we can give a presentation on the 25th, and then still bring it for approval on the 25th.
Okay. And then I know your members met in the sunshine for the math adoption because it's an instructional materials adoption committee, and that meets in the sunshine. So question, there were members of this committee that were also from the public, correct?
Correct. There were both community members who did not have parent or children in the school system, and parents who were not also staff members. So of course you have staff members who were both parents that were on the committee, and then community members who were only parents who aren't staff members, they were on the committee, and then some who were just, interested parties. So it was good. It was a good mixture, and as was stated, by Mr. Barefoot, not everyone's going to agree, but it's interesting when you have an instructional materials committee, you have various opinions both within staff, right? We have staff who would, support product A or product B. So even the teachers, it is not to say there's one product that is, unanimous. There's going to be opinions because different people hold different portions of the curriculum in higher regard, right? But I do think the process was great. I think that we very much look forward to having new materials. We haven't had new materials for math since I think 2014 was the last time the state approved a list of materials, so they're long overdue. I just hope we get that in the next 2 weeks so that we can get them ordered as soon as possible, start training on summer.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
I have a follow-up, please, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry?
I have a follow-up, please.
Okay.
Follow-up. With regard to when we have when it finally comes to us, we have a couple that are tied, of which the committee kind of came to equal thought on them. Middle school was one, high school was another, and I know we just talked about high school, the higher courses, but the other ones are very, very close one with the other. So the ones that are tied, what would then be the recommendation coming to us?
So we're looking at a
That are
couple of
tied.
things. Pricing is a consideration, the different options that are provided by the vendor. And then one of the reasons I'm hesitant to, make a recommendation until we see the state's list, the state with ELA for the first time, they also gave some sort of alignment or ranking. I wouldn't say it was a ranking per se, but they gave more about their information than they had done in the past, and I think that should be taken into consideration as well prior to making a final decision.
So
It would necessarily, just consideration, right? I mean, we need to look at it, so.
So I think this is where that court case will come in handy, to allow give board members all the information and let board members kind of make that final decision at the end. And that's exactly what the court case stated. So I think that, at least that was the recommendation. So that should be interesting when it comes down to us. Because last year, when HMH was at the forefront and it was on the DOE's recommended list, it ultimately needed to be revised. I mean, ultimately, they went back to HMH and said, you have to take off some of these things that do not follow the law. And HMH did that, but then at the same time, Amplify was then approved. So we went with Amplify. Nonetheless, just because I guess my point is, just because the DOE kind of recommends doesn't mean that things that are unlawful and included within the books aren't missed or are missed. Just because they get approved doesn't mean things aren't missed within the content of the material. So we have to make sure that we have extra eyes on content that is unlawful, against the statutes, against the rules, and obviously then, I think those should be our priority, and then obviously from that point, as a recommendation from the committee. Does that kind of make sense?
It does. One thing that I would say, and I haven't read the Collier County procedures from 2017 nor the court case, but one of the things that I think was great about our current process is that we brought not all, but 4 choices right before the board for, like, let's say, elementary school. So we aren't in the position that we were in last year to only have the one.
Right.
And so I think that's kind of what you're hitting at. Like, if a committee were to only bring one product only goes through all of the necessary steps, it does tie the board's hands that you can only select from that one. Where we're at now is that we have multiple products at our disposal to choose from. So it's not all. It would be wrong for me to say all because we didn't go through the process. The committee did limit it somewhat, but we've left the board with enough opportunity and choice that when the list comes out, we're gonna be protected. We're gonna have a product that has been through that. So I'm very, like I said, very, very glad of where we're at right now and look forward to seeing the end of it.
And then I have a last question that I'm not sure what the answer is to this. It was proposed to me and I didn't know. When we have electronic supplemental materials that are provided from these publishers, worksheets, homework sheets, lesson plans, whatever it is that's available in electronic form, what is the process for which, and I believe they're supposed to notify us, but I just want clarification. What is the process for which, once a book is adopted, that the publishers, can update material or content within the electronic form without notifying us? Or are they supposed to notify us and let us know, like, page 1, paragraph 3 has been revised to blah, blah, blah? What happens with that?
I mean, I would give a very vague answer to give you an answer to that because I don't think that it's unique across the board. I don't believe that there's a obligation for them to notify districts each and every time there's any sort of addition to the total package, right? So we can look into that.
Yeah.
I don't want to misspeak.
I thought there was I thought there was either a rule or a statute that required them to notify us.
But just to clarify the question is, we adopt on year 1. In year 2, some of the supplemental or electronic content may be changed or varied. Are we notified of those changes in year 2, 3, 4, 5?
Or whenever.
Right.
And it's the electronic version. I mean, obviously, we get a textbook, it's already pre-printed. They can't change a textbook, but anything electronic, they can change on their end, and then when students receive that. I don't know if Ms. Shattuck, are you familiar with this? Is there a rule or a law for publishers to notify districts if they change anything in their electronic forms?
Thank you to the chair. Not that I'm aware of. I haven't seen one.
I'm curious. So yeah, if you can find that out,
We will.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, this is a question. When you get into the more advanced math, my question would be, when you start including other than teachers, what qualifications, one thing to a K through 5 curriculum, maybe even middle school, but you get into math, and having lived in that world and taken a lot of those courses, personally, I would rely much more on the instructors, the teachers that have to teach it and understand what's behind it, as opposed to perhaps, and I'm not suggesting this is the case, parents who may not have that background in math, calculus, pre-calc. You get into trigonometry and some of these things, it's fairly complex, and it's not something that, unless you live in a world where that kind of math is required, that you're necessarily qualified to pass judgment. So can you end up with a different publisher for middle school and high school?
Yes, we can select we can select by the course. The way that you do it is you select by the course, the publisher that you wish to have.
So is it the same group of folks? I'm talking about the non-teacher members of the committee that are reviewing and recommending or voting on what to recommend? Or is there two different groups for middle and high school?
The way that it worked is committee members were able to review whichever titles they chose to review. So we didn't restrict that. But one of the good things that we did, another good innovation this year was that the, I guess rankings, if you will, the evaluations were submitted digitally. And so you can sort by role. So you can sort by teacher or by coach or by community member. So you can see an average or you can see what was recommended from the different constituent groups. And, you know, like I said, they weren't always disaligned. You're going to see teachers that did agree with the community members. You're going to see teachers that disagreed. And we did not have as many community members in this round that we would like. Maybe we'll get more with social studies or science. Maybe not everyone likes math. But I think that if you had enough community members, you would see, you know, a dichotomy between community members, which is great. I do think that when the state released their list and we look at everything in conclusivity, we're going to all be, I don't think that we're going to be too far apart from the recommendation that's going to come before the board.
Well, I think
it's going to make a lot of sense. And
my
people are gonna
point is that the group selecting for the high schools, you've got AP courses. I would put a lot more, unless the community members have a background in math that's current, then I would tend to discount that point of view and rely more on the teachers. When you're talking about, you know, K through 5 or social studies, that's a little different animal than the quantitative nature of math, teaching math and math courses. That's just my point.
That's fair. And the state, when they do theirs, they do require that you hold a teacher certification in the area for which is being reviewed. Our policies do not require that, but like I said, we were able to, through our digital submissions, we can parse that out and we can see who was selecting what. But I think that once the state releases theirs and we're able to finalize things, I think that it will not be a contentious vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. That is a very, very complex body of work, but being led in an absolutely outstanding way. Items B and C will be presented to the board by Mr. Fagan. This is the purchase of cafeteria tables at Glendale and the interactive displays for Vero Beach Senior High School. Mr. Fagan.
Chair, thank you, Superintendent. In addition to instructional materials, we always must make sure the children have a place to eat and a good place to eat. So for Glendale, part of the renovation project at that school, we renovated the cafeteria and the kitchen. Part of that project is approximately 54 tables that will be brand new. Approximate cost is $61,000. That project is underway today and will be ready and open for the beginning of school next year. Any questions? Next one. In addition to good food, we also must maintain audiovisual equipment. So at the high school, we have approximately 175 interactive displays that will be deployed throughout Vero Beach High School. Approximate cost is about $800,000. Last time these were deployed was about 13 years ago, so it's a complete upgrade. We're also looking at Sebastian River High School as to where those are, put those in the pipeline to be upgraded as well.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification? Are you referring to things like smart boards?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
That's what I figured it was because we talked about it, but I want to make sure the public understands that's a smart board.
One difference about these versus ones that are there, these will be mobile so that you can move around within the classroom
Yay.
versus having them stationary.
As a teacher, that's what you want. All right,
Okay. Any questions?
Do the old, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Do the old ones become, God bless you, do the old ones become obsolete?
They're over 13 years old. The technology, I mean, they could still be used if they were still functional, but we probably couldn't use them because of the technology. We want to continue to upgrade. But if there are spare parts for any ones that we have, we will definitely do some salvaging.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
They can always be used for offices up here, I'm sure. Okay.
Absolutely, we get the old stuff. And before we leave, Mr. Fagan, we do want to acknowledge our Fitch rating, A+ for the second straight year at a positive rating. That is absolutely outstanding time and a level of fiscal uncertainty across the state and nation, Mr. Fagan continues to ensure that our rating is reflective of the outstanding leadership he provides on a daily basis. We're now moving to recruitment and retention update. Ms. Christofoli will provide that update. There you go. All right.
He's getting there.
Thank you very much. I know, that was fantastic. So thank you. I just wanted to give an update since we finished our annual virtual fair, kind of tell you where we are with things. So as you know, the SDRC recruitment program is called We Promise. We promise to listen, support, be inclusive and equitable, build instructional leaders, and of course work stronger together. Excellent. So one of the great things that has come from our partnership with Diversity in Education is I had the opportunity to apply to, it was a national process for the advisory board. The advisory board is one where they were looking for people to give their trends and their insights on recruiting, on online job boards, and I was chosen to be on the board. And the other wonderful thing is that in the spring magazine for Diversity in Ed, they actually did a spotlight on Indian River County schools. So please make sure you can check that out in their magazine. That was a big moment.
Thank you.
Lots of good pictures of our district and information about what we're doing. So March 16th, we had our virtual fair. This is the second year that we've used Diversity in Ed to host our fair. I just want to give you some statistics. This year we had 349 registered participants as opposed to last year where we had 160. We had a help desk which was hosted by multiple HR staff. Thank you, Dr. Soot and your team. There were 25 individual booths that participants could visit in our district, including a separate booth for early learning programs, a booth just for ESE, which was hosted by Rachel Morey, and Treasure Coast Technical College had their own booth as well. We had a welcome video from Dr. Moore, the We Promise recruiting video, the mentor brochure was available in the resources on the website, the We Promise letter. Individual schools could post their own resources, and there were 2 Zoom sessions, one at noon and one at 4. And we had about 6 staff members on, including Terry Beckham and Anitra that handle new teacher trainings. For anyone of the participants that wanted to log on, they could have questions answered. So just to give you an update on the Workforce Housing Committee, because it has a lot to do with recruiting, you know, our goal is, of course, to do whatever we can and come up with incentives and recommendations that would increase the likelihood of getting highly qualified candidates. So the newest program, which tomorrow Ed Foundation Board will be approving to partner with the school district on this project, it will run through the Ed Foundation, is Keeping the Promise, which was a collaborative, just the name was a collaborative effort between HR staff. Again, thank you, Dr. Soot. It is going to be a relocation assistance program. We will not only fundraise the workforce housing members, but Ed Foundation will be helping us fundraise for this program. So once it is approved tomorrow, I can show you the pledge form and the application process, but I wanted to wait until that got through. It will be an eligibility requirement for new instructional staff coming to the district, helping us being able to help them out with possibly just the moving cost or security deposit. We have been talking to realtors again, and we're working on, we have a meeting later this week with adding to the Keeping the Promise program. There's been several realtors that are interested in donating part of their commission back to the person who's looking for a house. So we're working on adding that into this Keeping the Promise program. I know, it's very exciting. So I just kind of wanted to show you, we keep track of all the career fairs that we attend this year, and there's actually 2 pages. This year we have finished, I think we have one more on the 12th, 38 career fairs that we have signed up and participated in, 10 of which we've been to in person this year, which is very different from last year. And from those, any of the very interested parties, their names and information is added to what we call the talent bench. They're not quite ready to go in. They're sitting on the bench because maybe they just need to graduate, or they're a sophomore or a junior, but we're keeping track of them. and keeping in communication with them. So one thing that is not on here, but I just wanted to bring up and remind you is we did start a certification reimbursement program, which has been on the website, and just recently we saw another need to add to the program, and so we are also including and reimbursing teachers if they signed up for, it's up to $100 per employee, any kind of training or PD to help test prep. If they did there's a lot of things online that are $50 a month, so if they signed up to do that and then they go and take the test and they pass, we are reimbursing them up to $100 for the test prep. And they just have to go through the process. So we're really, really proud of that. So look for some more information about Keeping the Promise. That will be coming out, and we'll be blasting that on the media. And we're just really proud of the increased market space for our district, doubling our numbers for career fairs and the participants that are interested just in coming to our district. Thank you.
Great. Doc Jones, anything?
Thank you, Ms. Christofoli and Dr. Suit, for this very progressive movement into recruiting. I just love the fact that the Ed Foundation is becoming involved in different manners and what they're doing to help. And I also know when I was in the district, help with testing, because, if you didn't pass it the first time, taking it again, it was a financial burden for many of our teachers. And when I was looking at the paper yesterday where the median house in Vero is 365, where when I first came here many years ago, it was around 150, helping our teachers get here with security or first month, or whatever it is, because rent's just as high too. So, recruiting people and then retaining them is the key, because, I always say this statistic, when I graduated from college, 33% of all the graduates in America were in education. Now it's 10%. So, and public education or education departments are shutting down in colleges. So we have, we've got to be above the rest and make sure we can get these teachers here and then retain them and make sure that we help them, as they move on in education. But advancing information like this is really, really going to help. So I thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, I would particularly put a focus, first of all, affordability that's where it begins and ends, and whatever pieces you want to, rents in the county are higher than owning a house. You're going to pay more to rent a house, and you're going to pay a mortgage payment even now at 4.5 to 4 3/4. That's up from, by the way, 3% just 2 months ago. And you don't have the balance sheet to, even if you could afford it, you don't have the balance sheet to get a mortgage. So I think this public-private partnership continues to evolve, and I think this, what's going on with the Ed Foundation, not only here but in other arenas, is very positive. So keep up the good work.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations on your appointment to the Advisory Board of Diversity in Ed. I do have a question with their partnership with us, or us using their platform for the career fair. Was that a one-time deal, or whenever we have a virtual fair, we'll partner with them? How does that work?
We have a contract with them just separate from the career fair. We have a contract with them every year to have our jobs automatically posted onto their website and to be involved in their career fairs. So they host their own national, and we are one of the vendors. We're one booth of many.
Got it.
That's what our contract is for. But when I was looking to do virtual last year, I was looking at companies that had a program to host a virtual fair. And the one that I liked is not owned by Diversity in Ed, but they partner with the company and were able to offer it to us for less money than if I'd gone with the company. So it was the same platform, but I got the benefit of them hosting and marketing for us.
Got it.
So it was actually cost effective and, as I felt, a wider spread of what we were looking for.
So the platform that is more cost effective than Diversity in Ed that you discovered and that you were able to contract with?
I contracted with Diversity in Ed.
And
they
Diversity in Ed-
have a contract with the platform.
Got it.
So they were able to offer it to us for less money than if I went on, we went on our own directly with the company, which is called V Fairs, if you want to look it up.
The fairs.
And I found it because we were participating in a diversity in ed virtual fair as a vendor, and I thought, oh my gosh, this platform is so cool. And so I called Trina, note out to Trina Edwards, and asked her, what is this? And she said, oh, it's V-Fairs. So then I called them, and it was more money. So that's kind of how it worked. It's not part of our contract with them.
Got it.
It's a separate contract.
So
to do-
essentially, we
just to
have
do-
2 contracts now, one in which through V-Fairs will allow us to use their platform for our own virtual fairs in the future. Just trying to understand.
One a year.
One a year.
It's just for the one that we do.
One a year through V-Fairs platform.
Right.
And then the other one is
An
for
annual contract.
an annual contract with Diversity in Ed so that we can be a vendor in their national
Yes.
recruitment.
And job postings on their online job boards.
Okay. So I was looking at I'm glad, thank you for clarifying this, because I was looking at their website. I wasn't quite sure what our relationship was specifically with the work that Diversity in Ed, but I can see that it's just once a year that we will be a vendor, because their website, as noble as it is, their vision statement is to provide every student of color to be educated by teachers of diverse cultures. But it doesn't say all students. So I just wanted to know if they were in the business of all students or just students of color. So what is now that you're a board member,
So
now you can clarify
I know,
that.
I'm like, what's happening here? They have a target market. The company actually started with the father of Mr. Edwards, where it was just a magazine, and he was doing it specifically to reach and help get jobs of people of color and diversity. And it grew into this, well, let's make it something bigger than just a magazine. Let's make it a place where we can attract and help them by doing career fairs and and I don't want to speak, I'm not on their board of the company, I'm on just the advisory board for recruiting. So I'm certainly not going to speak for them. But we use them to post our jobs to just get more people coming to our website, because that's what happens. It's a link directly to the district website, to our posting. So it's more traffic, that's what our contract is. And then we can choose to participate in their fairs. Our contract's not any extra money if we want to, but of course we do, just to try to get more people, coming in to see who's highly qualified.
Yeah, I was looking around. They have Pinellas County is a school partner, Florida Virtual. There's tons of them. New York City is on here. A few raised eyebrows of that I kind of thought of. Even the Y in Central Maryland is on here. There's a lot of them that are on here. So once we partner with them in that once a year national fair, at that point, when a teacher is hired or selected to be hired, not quite hired yet, a good candidate could be for onboarding or whatever. What happens at that point in our process? Do they get referred directly to the principals of each school? Do we select these applicants and kind of put them in like a file folder and say, principals, here is a select pool of candidates that you can choose from? How does that work on our end?
So 2 different things. One, the virtual fair, all the schools are involved. So during the virtual fair, every school has its own booth, and the candidates directly speak with the school administration. So I'm just here to answer questions if they need to call me for some reason. If a candidate's chosen, I do help check references or something like that, just to help the principals out. So that's our virtual fair.
Okay.
On a regular basis, if there's a candidate from us participating in one of their fairs, I know, I need a science teacher over here, I need a math teacher over here, I need an ESC teacher. There's some positions, like right now, we're trying to always find speech language pathologists. So I've done specific searches of like, where can I find those postings and things like that. So if I am one of the recruiting team members that is participating in a fair and I'm talking to somebody that I know, they might be a good candidate, I ask them a few questions. It's not a formal interview. I make sure I have their contact information. And I tell them, is it okay if I set you up with an interview with the principal?
Got it.
So I'm just the go-between. I'm the matchmaker.
Got it. And I suppose that would lead to my last question about, let me get there. The workforce housing on the presentation. One of the slides says the Workforce Housing Committee is proud to present Keeping the Promise, a SDIRC relocation assistance program in collaboration with the Education Foundation of IRC. I know you mentioned that. What I'm asking is, what are the specific assistance? What is the assistance provided or offered?
So after their lunch tomorrow, when the Education Foundation Board adopts our program officially, which is happening, I think that was good. On the flyer, which you don't have because I don't want to show it until it goes through, there's just a list. It could be moving costs. It could be storage. You know, you come here and you don't have enough room in your apartment for all the stuff that you have. They get to prioritize their need on the application right now. So it could be security deposit, last month's rent. It could be other. They could write in that they have a need for something. The application will be reviewed by a committee of school district employees, and we have to raise money, so there's no money right now. So it's all of as soon as they say yes, we're going to go out and raise money for this program. And it'll be eligibility requirement, and then what do we have that we can give? We're not there yet. So as soon as we get it approved tomorrow, then we will look at it again. The Workforce Housing Committee will look at it again with the SCRC recruiting and HR and say, okay, what's the best way to roll this out? But right now, there's an application that's already been written, and then it would come to me, and then the committee would look over the application and see what the need is, and we'd see how much money we have to be able to give what we can give.
So we're not really, this is just a preliminary look at what is going to be proposed.
Correct.
This is not the final
No,
kit and caboodle.
it's not the final kit and caboodle. Yes.
Okay. Because the way that I thought it is that this is the actual program, I suppose. And it seems very incomplete for us to make a decision, but I understand that it's going to come back to us. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Still a work in progress, I understand.
Still a work in
Yeah.
progress.
I have two questions.
Sure.
You mentioned you've attended 38 career fairs.
Well,
10
not
in
me
person.
specifically,
I mean,
but
you're
the
ta-
district, yes.
Right, Dr. Suit, you. How does that compare to the last couple of years?
So this year we did 38 so far, because I might add some more. I'm going to wait and see after the postings. All the schools have completed their allocation meetings with finance and HR. So then they're going to see what they have and doing the shakedown, and then the jobs we posted. So after that happens, which will be at the end of this month, then I'll see, do I need to have some more?
Okay.
And I might add some more. So we've registered and done. I have one more on the list to go to, which is at the end of this week. Last year there was 23.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Good job.
when we went to Nova, it was live, and Palm Beach, Brevard, Miami-Dade, they were all there. So I just got up and went around and gave them my card and introduced myself. And I think it was Broward. They said, well, how many fairs have you done this year? And I said, well, we're scheduled to have 38. And they were like, what? So most of them are virtual, which is easier to do. But if we can get 2 people interested from Wake Forest and 1 person interested from, you know what I mean? They're all our names getting out there, and it's live. I get to talk to them. And so that was my goal this year, to increase our the awareness of our district in the marketplace.
And thank you and kudos to you for doing that, because I got that opportunity when I was in St. Lucie to go and recruit. And I was sent to Michigan for 5 days to do the Michigan route that they do for each school. And what I noticed, and this is, we're all after the same people, and what I noticed is trying to get that connection between your district and the person up there that can help you recruit the people is extremely important, because there were a couple of times I really wanted a teacher And I lost them out because they said, well, their counselor at their college knows this other school district personally and recommended them. And I thought, oh, okay, well, there's that to know,
Yes.
is that goes on. So I think that's great that we're getting our name
Yeah,
out
the
there.
career centers at some of the universities, like I know the person,
Right.
we've met.
That's what you need to do.
And so we have that connection of, hey, if I have somebody, I'll call you.
One thing I didn't see on here that I'm hoping you add to this
Mm-hmm.
is the new tax incentive that's going to happen for teachers that was just passed in legislation,
Will do.
okay?
Oh,
You
there
know what
is-
I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I
Okay,
do know
for
what you're talking about. I
purchasing
just
homes,
didn't.
Not for renting, but for purchasing homes. It's an extra tax, is it 25,000? Yeah, the exemption, sorry. Yeah, tax exemption. So that's an important
Anything
factor
that will
to
help.
mention as well, yes. Yeah, Dr. Jones.
I did not participate in a virtual one this year, but I did last year. And boy,
Yes.
there's a lot of interaction with principals, especially when they want the same candidate.
Yes.
Yes.
I was watching
Absolutely.
some of the elementary,
there,
I go,
done
whoa,
that.
okay. But anyway, it was absolutely wonderful. And this diversity in ed, thank you for getting us to be a part of that. You know, our desegregation plan states we need to have more African-American teachers. And I think that's absolutely critical when we're looking for recruitment and retention. And Dr. Moore, what is that percentage right now as we speak? African-American teachers?
Right now, we're at
So I
12%.
say 12%, okay. So, and that was an increase from last year, and I know we continued to look at it. But, you know, looking at our DSEC plan and where we need to go and having those continual talks, I'm very, very proud that you did that. You and Dr. Suit, thank you.
And I do want to add, and I wasn't sure if it was on the list, but the Great Florida Teach-In, okay, which happens in
That's how I got
Orlando.
hired.
Okay, did not take place last year because of COVID. So when I was at Nova, everyone's like, "Are you going to that?" And I, you know, you have this one. It's like, did I get that email and I missed it? There hasn't been an email, but it's on the DOE website, so everyone knows the day, but they haven't gotten the registration form. But so we're all going. So you know, St. Lucie, everybody's going, and we blocked it on it's June 4th. By the way, it's a Saturday, so we will be participating in that.
Yeah, like I said, that's how I initially came to Florida and got a job through the teach-in, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been going on that long, I know, I'm old.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What is that?
It's just another job fair, but they call it the Great Florida Teach-In. It takes place at the Convention Center in Orlando. Yes, it is a workshop too. So it's huge, and I have not gone because last year they didn't have it. So I'm excited to go for the first time, but the recruiters from other districts that have been doing the job for 20 years are like, I've been every year, you know, the same thing. So they're like, we'll see you there. You know, that's kind of how it was when we left
I
Nova.
think
Never
that-
heard of it.
That's how I got hired, but
Yeah.
I will tell you, the enticement for me, because I came from Texas and I went through that. That's how I got here and that's how I found out about jobs. But the enticement for me was you could go to that and you could take all your tests there. So I flew over, took all my tests that weekend, interviewed with a bunch of people and flew back. And that's when I made my decision of where I was going to go. So I think that's an important one to go to. And,
Thank you
and the
for
fact
choosing
that they
us.
do the testing right there, do they still do that?
I'm waiting for the
Okay,
registration
because
email since
I
I've
was-
not been, so.
Yeah, because that was a
Oh,
biggie for
Dr.
me,
Seuss.
knowing whether or not I was going to be able to have the certification that I needed to relocate was extremely important. Because a lot of times you'll recruit people and then that part comes afterwards, so, thank you.
I had a follow-up, though, earlier, to an earlier conversation or talking point with regard to the fundraising for the stipend or for the new teachers coming into the area, right?
For the Keeping the Promise program?
Keeping the promise. I think my thought on some of those, and I don't even know where you all are in the conversation. I know I heard you say that you're going to meet tomorrow. My thought is that depending, like you said, you know, maybe somebody needs money for furniture or something, some relocation costs. But everyone's is different. So someone coming from St. Lucie County might be clearly different from someone, you know, coming from Georgia. or across the country. How will that play? I know you all will talk, but what are your thoughts on a flat fee or a flat stipend for all, or a flat stipend for those outside of the state, as opposed to just tell me what you need and I'll give you whatever you need?
Well, I don't think we'll be in the capacity to give everybody everything that they need, but we are going to follow there are many companies, not necessarily school districts, that have relocation packages, and we've looked at what
they look like?
Yes, what they look like as a model. So there are some things, example, and not that we're going to do this, but example, we would provide reimbursement or assistance for moving, but across most companies, it's if you live over 100 miles away.
Got it.
So there are some little caveats of things of where are you coming from, and then how many, like on the application, is it just you? How many people live in your house? What is your household income? Is your spouse also working in the
Okay.
district? So we have 2 teachers because we just hired from the career fair a husband and wife that are both coming, and so they're looking for somewhere to live. That's different than if it's a teacher and the
Right.
spouse makes twice as much money as they do. That's going to depend on, how much they're going to get.
Right. So I suppose there are contracts in there?
Yes.
So for example, if a stipend or something were provided and then at the last minute they pull out, but they've already used some of those funds that were provided for them to relocate, do they have to refund all of that?
We have not put that into the program.
Okay. But is it going to be considered? Because we're making that public, then anybody can say, yes, I'm going to go there just for the stipend, and then pull out last minute.
I'm sure once you get to the final, then we'll
Yeah,
get into the weeds.
I don't-
'cause
I think
we're
it's
getting into the
premature.
weeds.
No,
Sure to-
I don't want to get into the weeds. I just want, when you go back to
We
the
would like
group,
it to
to have
be,
that conversation.
we would like it to be that it's not too stipulated, that it is a gift. That it's not too stipulated. We're not talking about that much money. We're not talking about one person's going to get $10,000. We're talking about somewhere between $500 and maybe $2,500 at the most, because we don't have any money in the account right now. So it really depends on the fundraising. And once we start getting some money in, it first has to be approved tomorrow. It's not our luncheon. The Ed Foundation is having a lunch. So when they adopt the program, which I've spoken with them, so it's very highly likely, then we will go on to the next thing. Everything that we're doing is a group decision made by the district and workforce housing members and members of on our recruiting team. And I've been talking to Doug Herron, and the board members for the Ed Foundation. So it's difficult at this time to say every little step because we're not in the work yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barefoot.
Normally, the way this works, certainly from the corporate side, is that to get reimbursed, you submit an invoice. You don't just make it up. And it's going to be the Ed Foundation's decision, not ours. They're the ones that have to make the money work. If I'm a donor and I'm giving money to the I'm not giving it to the school district. I'm giving it to the Ed Foundation, and it's their responsibility to put in place a process that will determine how that money is spent. But on a lot of these things, it's very simple. You're just not handed a check for relocation, for example. If you get a $500 check for relocation, you can spend it on transporting your dog. You can go buy a piece of furniture. You can pay the moving company. You can rent a trailer. But that's what it's for. But you got to present an invoice.
Correct.
I'm sure the same kind of process and controls will be put in place by the Ed Foundation because they're the ones they're the fiduciary. We are not.
Correct, they are. And it was put that way for many reasons, but yes, so the Ed Foundation will be working with us collaboratively to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Moore.
Absolutely outstanding. Ms. Christofoli doing great leadership. Thank you very much. Also want to acknowledge, and we've kind of teased at it here, some of the work the Ed Foundation is doing. I know the board has been briefed regarding some of the progress that organization has made, and we're looking forward to bringing a public presentation and update to the board collective regarding that progress, the momentum that they continue to gain regarding supporting our district strategic plan. So I'm excited about that. So on to the next agenda item. Mr. Fagan will present the transportation agreements, and then followed by that, Mr. Westenberger will do the FPL agreement regarding the easement.
Chair. To the chair, to Soup, thank you very much. In addition to textbooks and food and cafeteria tables, we also got to transport children. These are 3 contracts for our 3 charter schools, Andy River Charter High School, North County, and Sebastian Junior High School. These are standard contracts that we deploy with them to transport their children. Any questions?
Any questions, board members? Are we good to go?
Ready to know.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I can go faster than Mr. Fagan. FPL is requesting an underground easement for their overhead utility lines at Sebastian River Middle School. It's part of their storm preparedness program, basically removing the aerial service wires, putting them underground.
The only question I have is how far underground? Because,
Generally 3 feet.
3 feet, okay. And they're going to be under surfaces that kids are walking on or playing on?
They're currently right down the driveways,
Okay,
the bus loop and the parent pickup driveway.
okay. Safety first, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore's left the room. So the next one is the Moonshot Acceleration Team job descriptions. And it says Mr. Bass, but I know he's not here.
That should be Richard, I believe.
Okay. Is that Mr. Meyer that's going to be presenting the next item?
Moonshot.
Anyone need to take a break? It's almost 1 o'clock, but we've only been at it for less than an hour. Okay.
I apologize, I did not anticipate that.
Come on, Dr. Moore. You're on it today.
Large coffee. Next item is Mr. Meyer presenting job descriptions. Mr. Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Make sure I'm still on. Thank you. Through the chair, this is an opportunity to present before the board 3 job descriptions for the Moonshot Acceleration Team. Even prior to my arrival here in Indian River County, in my former role as the executive director of Just Read Florida, I was aware of the Learning Alliance, was aware of the Moonshot moment. It is truly a one-of-a-kind public-private partnership across the state in order to support literacy. In the 2 years that I've been here working hand-in-hand with them, I do believe that partnership is what's led to a lot of our successes, and this is just the next step in that partnership. As we redesigned and reorganized within CNI, Ms. Besura's team this year was able to really embed themselves in a few schools and really impact change there. And with that model moving forward through this partnership with the Learning Alliance, these job descriptions, these positions are going to enable us to scale that out. They will solely focus on early literacy at schools to be determined. But the role of these positions with the director, with the coordinator, with 3 master coaches to work to make sure we get it right. I mean, that's the idea behind the acceleration team, is to make sure that the schools that they work with are going to be schools that have it 100% and can be a model for others. So they're there to accelerate that learning and that impact. And it's very, very exciting. And so I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Mr. Barefoot? Any
No
questions?
questions.
Okay. I saw your hand up. Ms. Rosario?
Let me see how I can. Originally, I thought that what I heard and what I thought was that we were going to begin this Moonshot moment, this Moonshot School initiative this year, opening in August. It was clarified to me that it would not be this August, it would be the following August. So my thought behind this, even though I know that the Learning Alliance covers the positions for these job descriptions, my thought behind all of this is why so early? Why a year in advance? So if you can clarify why the move to do this a year or maybe even a half a year early, than the Moonshot. And then if these positions, what I was told, these positions should cover much of like the professional development or the principal development, even if they were to coach principals and go in schools, that there is one administrative position here going in and supporting the principals. If they were in a year from now to pull away from those positions and work directly with just the Moonshot school, then they are indeed not supporting the district, the entirety of the district. So I just need a little bit of clarity on the role of these positions. I don't know if Mr. Meyer really want to take that.
I can respond. I think those are absolutely outstanding questions and a great deal of clarity that you have really almost already provided. We want to be proactive, and I think one of the issues this district has suffered from, as I peel back the onions over the last 2 years, is reacting extremely quickly and sometimes too fast without taking the time to do the research, to do the reflection, and truly create programming and purpose based on the research. This will address that intent. So it will allow us over the course of the year to provide the above and beyond support for schools, which is going to be provided next year. But in addition to that, work with myself and team really to create the structures, the organization of the Moonshot School. So it'll be a collaborative effort over the course of the year, really to create, to do the research, to identify what is the most appropriate school in which to be, to locate the programming, to address what you just said, Ms. Rosario. How do we use this as a hub so other administrators across the district can come in and learn from the expertise that will ultimately be housed at the particular school. So this is very, very exciting. I can't give you all the specific details, but we'll continue to provide updates to the board over the course of the year as we create what this will actually look like, where it will actually be. To be direct in answering the question, why now? It will take time really to do the research, to evaluate, to create the structures, and ensure a smooth transition as we move forward. So there's a lot of work to do, and we're excited that we have the opportunity to do it at no additional cost to our taxpayers.
So I guess the concern that I have is that the development of these job descriptions are pretty generic to what a job title of this kind would be. So coordinator of professional development just basically says all the things that a coordinator of professional development would do district-wide. But there isn't a distinction in here that these are, research-based, or, that these are planning and preparing to open up a new Moonshot school. Do you understand? So it seems as if these are positions that will be used within our district for everyone, but ultimately with the goal for planning and preparing the opening of a Moonshot school. That part of it is not indicated within the job descriptions. So several times you have mentioned, how, for example, policy, when something is captured in policy, whether Dr. Moore is here or not, it is, it moves forward. The work of that policy will move forward. We don't have to rely on trying to remember a conversation or remember, oh, well, this is what was said at the meeting. Whereas if you have it written down and encapsulated in the job description, then moving forward, whether Dr. Moore is here or not, we can actually say, no, those are not regular professional development positions. Those are professional development positions specific to the Moonshot school, for example. And that's not what I see captured in these descriptions. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Well, no, not necessarily. So we have 2 weeks. We can go back and look at it to ensure it incorporates that. Typically, in creating job descriptions, we want to be fluid enough to capture the volume of work over the course of time. So this is a unique body of work in year one that will help create and set up and establish the body of work that will be done in year 2, 3, 4, and 5. So to create a job description, which is ultimately the authority of the board, as you reference, for year one, and then have to change it. So we were looking at and did a lot of problem solving, to be honest with you, regarding the job description. This is just the opportunity to get feedback. It's not going up for approval for another 2 weeks, so we'll incorporate that feedback as we debrief and advise the board if there's any recommendations or changes.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. So currently, we have positions that are titled instructional specialists, right? In general, we have
yeah.
So here is an instructional specialist that looks like the job description that's very similar to the current instructional specialist that we have. So how can we differentiate them from each other? That's what I'm kind of heading towards. You know, how can we reword these job descriptions to have them stand out above and beyond and say they're not the same position? These are specific to this goal. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Will you get that to us if anything? Obviously, you'll get it to us before the next meeting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Dr. Moore and Mr. Meyer. I appreciate the fact that we're moving a little bit slower here so we can get it right. And I know the school or schools have not been chosen at this point, but when you look at these job descriptions, and again, I would probably have to talk with HR about that, they will be on our salary, correct? Okay, so it's not going to be a different type of salary. And the school district would be choosing these people, correct? Or is that in cooperation with Learning Alliance?
We'll be selecting them. We'll be driving the work. It is a collaboration partnership in the creation, but ultimately under my direct authority regarding the structure and organization.
And when I look at job goals, whether you switch up that job description or not, the one that stands out to me is to accelerate the educational outcomes of all students through the coaching, providing guidance and professional development, which is key, you know, especially for our Moonshot schools. And as you said earlier, this would not be coming out of the district fund. This would be paid for by Learning Alliance, correct?
That is
And
correct.
so if this is kept maybe 3 to 5 years, they would continue to pay the salary. Okay, I wanted to double check on that. But the job descriptions, you know, in general, again, you and your department would know best. I'm not sure how they should be defined when you look at these, but I think if you look at the overall goal, on each one of these, they talk about professional development and learning outcomes, which is key for our schools, so thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that you specificity's great, but I'd keep enough flexibility so you're not having to rework this thing every year. And it doesn't make it sort of a waste of time. I just think you want these job descriptions to give you the room to be able to maneuver, given the times.
Exactly.
I had 2 comments. One, I got to attend the elementary track meet on Saturday, and it was just so much fun, the Bill Wilson elementary track meet. But I will say that I was approached by a couple of concerned teachers and a principal that the rumor mill is flying. They believe that their schools are going to be either a Moonshot school this year and that everybody will have to vacate the school and rehire and all that. So those rumors are out there. And I mentioned that to Dr. Moore this morning, that, you know, I was trying to quell the rumors, and I think it's important that maybe perhaps you put out a Moonshot school progression plan of a timeline of when things are going to happen. And I think that will help employees feel a little more confident in the last month and a half of school, because this is when rumor mills happen and it's testing time, so we don't want that to happen. But you know how it goes. So if we could maybe have a progression plan out there of what we're hoping for this, because the rumor is out there that we're changing the schools to Moonshot schools, and now that you've got these 3 positions here and we're going to vote on them, that rumor mill's only going to strengthen. So I think putting something out there to be proactive, like you like to do, would be important. The other thing is, I'm looking at, like, on a job description, I agree with you, Mr. Barefoot, that it needs to be somewhat generic in order to be able to attract the best candidates. The other thing, perhaps, listening to Mr. Rosario making a good point, that if it's Moonshot and that word is out there, that maybe, you know, this is for Moonshot, that perhaps putting some Moonshot terminology in there. I'm looking at number 1 and number 6. 1 is guidance and coaching to school leadership teams. That sounds like what this person's going to be doing for a Moonshot program to be developed. So to me, it's in there. I just think it just needs to maybe have the terminology added to it. Number 6, same thing, assisting school leadership team with the coordination of instructional program. Excuse me, if that program is going to be changed to a Moonshot mentoring program, perhaps that terminology can be added just to tweak this a little.
Thank you.
Oh, can I also clarify? Go ahead, Mr. Beverly.
I was just going to say, if this is a potential morale issue or concern, you don't want to make this so special that it creates an issue for the staff. I mean, it's different, but it's not special. Maybe that's not the best choice of words, but.
Well, and that's why I suggested perhaps a progression plan to go along with this vote, because I think that's important that you communicate what's happening. Because, yeah, there are some morale concerns about it. Mr. Rosario?
Yeah, I think that if I'm right in the presentations that I'm aware of, and there may have been some presentations that I am not aware of. Maybe about a month ago, there was a presentation when the Learning Alliance provided their FACES campaign, or the opening of their FACES campaign here. It was then that Dr. Moore first kind of introduced the idea of a Moonshot school in collaboration with the Learning Alliance. I don't know, Dr. Moore, if you have had this opportunity or the opportunity to present this way in a Facebook Live or at individual schools, or in teacher workshops or things like that, so that everybody, I think Mrs. Berenborg makes a good point. And if you have, when was that? If not, then certainly I certainly can support, putting out there not just a timeline, but something to say, this is the goal moving forward. We're not looking to create Moonshot schools. Our first year, we're looking to create one Moonshot school, so that eliminates. So your thoughts on that, sir?
Through the chair, I think when we bring it to the board for approval, we can incorporate some of that information. The timeline is an absolutely outstanding idea. Can't really do anything until I have job descriptions. But as a point of clarity, this is just additional support. It is not changing of personnel or teachers having to reapply for anything other than a higher level of support, and then creating an opportunity for us to have a model school. We want all schools to be model schools, but this is a structure that will accelerate the attainment of every single school being a model school. So what I would anticipate in the creation of this timeline would be every school lining up, eagerly wanting to have this level of support being provided. It is not a new way of work. It is the School District of Indian River County's way of work. That's not going to change or modify. It is not different voices. It's one voice. But as Ms. Berenborg says, I think that's an outstanding idea. You're never going to, in any system, large or small, be able to, people are going to talk or say this or say that based on past experiences, but this is a true collaborative relationship where we're going to enhance the level of support and build a world-class education system and use the level of thinking and research at this school to accelerate the attainment of that. So we will do that.
Okay. I look forward to a progression plan on the Moonshot initiative then. Thank you.
All right.
Next item.
Next item is let me see, we're at substitute presentation. This is a update to the board. There's no action to be taken at this time, but there will be action to be taken when the salary handbook comes to staff, through staff to the board, probably in May or June, correct? Yes. June. So this is the opportunity to give you a little bit of an update. This is conversations that I've had, or requests from Ms. Rosario, and this will provide that update. So looking at substitutes, and I don't think it's any surprise to anyone who is receiving this information that substitutes over the course of the last 3 years has been a major point of contention. Really securing substitutes in the midst of a pandemic has been extremely challenging to do. So this is a brief overview of where we are and the structures associated with it. So in order to be a substitute in our county, you must have an associate's degree or higher. You can be a non-education major, but you do have to complete an 8-hour basic skills course training, which looks at classroom management, teaching strategies, professional development, things of that particular nature. Once you complete that, you receive a certificate, and you have to go through the required application process and pre-employment screening. So we're making sure that we have the appropriate people in place that are appropriately trained. If you look at the last 151 days of school, you can see that there have been 92 subs hired. That is absolutely a humongous lift, and truly appreciate Dr. Suit's ongoing efforts. We have 241 active subs and 176 have worked this year. So that tells you we're constantly rebuilding this bench over time. So people come in, they substitute, and as you all know, there are individuals who substitute just to have that connection and relationship with kids in certain schools. Maybe it is someone who their son or daughter or grandchild goes there. Others substitute in our secondary schools because they're a coach or something of that nature. Now, when you look at the substitute fill rate, and we just took a snapshot of March, and there were 18 days of school in March, and you could see we're in elementary, about 75% of the open positions are filled, 63% in middle school are filled, and about 80% in high schools. Obviously, we want this rate to be 100. When this rate is not 100, it causes a burden at the school sites, whether it is a support personnel who has to cover the class, whether it is teachers in the secondary schools who have to give up their planning period to cover that class, and there's a structure to compensate them for that. In elementary schools, we struggle with, and we acknowledge that there's work to be done when we use all of the support personnel that is available and still don't have a substitute. What we're forced to do is divide up a class. So they receive instruction, but a class of 18 goes to 21, 22, 23, or whatever the case may be. And we could say that that's not an additional burden for our teachers, or you're just teaching a few more kids. But the truth of the reality is that is an additional burden. It's 3 or 4 more kids you may not know as well. You don't have that established relationship. Some of your routines may be the same. As good as common planning has been implemented this particular year, that's still that is a stressor for us. Our union is continuing to advocate that we stop that practice moving forward, and quite honestly, I cannot disagree with them. So we need to continue to look at that, and that's a piece of this conversation on how we fill that void going forward. So let's do a little comparable study, and as you see here, this looks at the daily rates for some like counties. Sarasota is 120, Manatee 100, Orange 120, Brevard not as good, 85, but does range up depending on your experience and how long you've been there, up to 122. Now jump over to the other screen, and you can see in the school district of Indian River County highlighted in red that this is a $95 compensation for us in comparison to our CWA employees on average make about 147 days. And we put that comparison there because a lot of times it could be the same individual, and you just, where am I going to choose to go, where I can make $147 a day or $95 a day? So just looking at this one particular screen, we believe there's an opportunity to increase compensation. Now, let me say this, under the leadership of Dr. Suit, in the 2 months that we had that were the trying months, that was the very beginning of school, and then when we came back in January. And we celebrated what we did. We sent out district staff to cover classrooms because there were just that many teachers that were dealing with the pandemic or the having COVID as a result of the pandemic. But we did increase the pay to $125 during those days. And that was just an acknowledgement, something that we could quickly leverage in order to maintain substitutes. So the numbers, if I were to show you or pull the numbers during, obviously, those two spike times, obviously, they would be significantly higher. But moving forward, we're knocking on wood a lot today. The pandemic doesn't have the impact in terms of substitutes as it had in the past. But at the same time, we want to be 100% covered. And there are things that we can do around attendance when we're in a non-pandemic environment that would be much better, but there is still work to be done. So when we're looking at this compensation study, you can see below market in Florida, below market in nearby applicants pools, Palm Bay, Melbourne, below market St. Lucie, even with their new rate, and below our CW average daily pay. So, meaning we are competing with ourselves. So what we are considering, board, is bringing the compensation schedule to you and looking at two different things. Upgrading the current pay for daily substitutes, possibly around the area of $130 a day. That is in the next slide. And then a long-term sub, which we have for teachers. Maybe it's maternity leave. Maybe it's an injury, unfortunately, that an employee suffered, and moving that rate up to 160. That would allow us to be much more competitive, just looking back at those particular slides. Also, Dr. Soot continues to push, and we are considering and running a cost analysis on creating a cadre of substitutes and looking at 14. So, yeah, I'm good.
They wouldn't be substitutes.
No. Are you going to use your new language on me?
Development
Right.
cadre.
The development cadre, which is individuals who would be staffed and employed each and every single day. So rather than daily employment, they would be full-time employees of the district, paid at additional compensation because they know they're going to have that job each and every single day. We're still running the cost analysis on that, but wanted to share that information with the board. And what that does allow us to assign individuals to a school each and every single day where we know there's going to be teachers out. We had something very similar. A program when I was a principal was called, at the time, a pool substitute. This is an individual who was paid slightly more than a daily substitute, but was at my school every single day. And if I had 100% teacher attendance, and I was, had 3,400 students in my school, so that rarely was the case, we could use them for additional coverage or interventions or whatever the case may be. If you look at a traditional sub now, this kind of reinforces some of the information that I just shared, $95 a day, upgrading to the $130 and $160. Also want to change the stigma around I'm just a substitute to guest educator. We think having people at that cadre there each and every single day allows us to build relationships. And what we know is if you're there every day, you can build the relationships with students versus a random person one day. Unfortunately, sometimes young adults and children choose to behave one way with someone they don't have a strong relationship in comparison to someone where they do have a strong relationship. So a little bit more consistency with who the substitutes would be would ultimately improve some of the behaviors that we would see. So what we are doing now is seriously considering increasing the pay for substitutes. We will bring back to the board the full comp study regarding the cadre. We think it is a solid idea on multiple fronts, but there is work for us to do very similar to other districts across the state. If we're able to have substitutes that are readily available move to that 100% mark, and that is an aspirational goal. That is a huge thing to get to. But what happens when we hit that? An instructional coach is an instructional coach. A media specialist is a media specialist. A teacher who had planned a lesson for 18 kids doesn't show up and have 24 kids in their class. So it just may seem as if we're trying to solve one little piece to the puzzle here, but there are multiple parameters that have high levels of impact on teacher morale and the overall impact on effective instruction to kids and the systems of support. So we think if we look at this increasing pay, that is a huge payoff. Consistency in where subs are going, huge payoff. So with that, I will pause and see if there's any feedback from the boards as we craft this item, which will come to you through the salary handbook, and I'll highlight those changes. This is where those changes would be. So I thought it was a good idea to pull out the substitute presentation because, as you know, the salary handbook is a pretty big book. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Azaria?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Moore, thank you for that presentation. Board members, I requested this presentation because I was approached by a mom, January Lloyd. She is in the audience, in the room with us right now. Thank you, January, for being here. She is a mom, an active PTA member of Storm Grove Middle School, and she also has a child in Vero Beach High School, I believe, and just looking for. What was that? Perfect. 2 in high school, 1 in middle. She's also a substitute teacher. And some of the concerns that came to me were pretty concerning with regard to the pay, salary. And obviously, board members, you know, we can't address things we don't know. And so this was something that was brought to my attention, and after talking with Dr. Moore a little bit more about it, I thought it would be just about the right time for us to really look into this. So I do appreciate the pay increase. I would certainly support it without question. We are one of the lowest on the pay scale for substitute teachers, and we all know the devastations that happen when we don't have enough subs, or when people say it's not worth it for me to sub for this amount of money a day. Especially when you're in some challenging schools or some challenging classrooms and you're disrespected, you're not listened to, you're not the actual teacher, and so on and so forth. So I would certainly be supportive of this. I'd also like to just ask for clarity, though. In our salary manual on page 22, board members, I don't even know if you have it in front of you, but the substitute and miscellaneous pay that is indicated there is a separate pay for associate's degree, and then there's a separate pay for bachelor's degree. So this $130 or proposed $130, would that be for the bachelor's or for the associates?
That would be for the bachelor.
Do everything. Sorry.
That's okay. That would be for the bachelor's degree.
And what about the associates?
We would have to work that out on the final presentation and work with Mr. Fagan on the numbers. That will come forward to you.
Okay.
A
And-
progressionally an improvement based on the bachelor's pay down. Yeah.
But it certainly wouldn't stay at $75 a day.
No.
And then there's an indication under bachelor's degree that says after the 50th day, well, it's currently $13.33 an hour to $100 a day. What happens on this new proposed pay scale for that 50th day? And do we really need the 50th day? And just for people who don't understand what that 51st day is, can you explain to them first and then kind of go backwards and answer the question?
No, we would not need the 50th day. What we do is just move to the long-term rate of the 160.
So
that
on the
we're-
51st, move to the long-term rate of guest educator.
Yes.
Look at you already using the terminology.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen all the time, but you're welcome.
I'm excited about it.
Okay, so we'll have associate's degree, bachelor's degree, then we'll have, on the 51st day, you become a guest educator, or is the guest educator
will be-
just for cadres?
You will be a guest educator when you become,
A cadre.
no.
Oh.
You will be a guest educator when you come and work for us in our classrooms instead of a substitute. You will be a guest educator. We will no longer have substitutes.
So it would be long-term
You will be a
guest
guest
educator.
educator.
Got it.
Mhm. And then the development cadre will be the 14 people to begin with, because eventually, within the next year or so, I would like to add to that group. And the dream is to have a development pipeline so that we will have people, we will have a bench of people who we can develop to work in our district. So we start to develop and recruit and build and have people that want to stay with our district and want to eventually maybe become a teacher or do something else in our district from that group of the development cadre. They're a cadre. They can work in our classrooms. They will be our first group of people that we go to sub in the high school or in the school, but eventually they may want to become a teacher. So we have that pipeline right there for us as well.
The cadre is not a school cadre, it's a district cadre
No, they'll be housed at the school.
at the school. So it's a school-based cadre of about 14 people per school? Or
no.
we're looking for 14 people
14
district-wide?
people, seven for the secondary, one at each school, and then one will be shared between the Freshman Learning Center and ACE, and then 7 shared between the elementary schools.
Okay.
To start.
Okay. Could these just, let's say there's a cadre, let's say there's a teacher, guest educator in this cadre at school A. There are no subs needed for that day, but the person is a full-time employee. What could we use that person to accomplish that day so we don't have a wasted position or work unused? Can we put that person to do hallway duty or teacher assisting or cafeteria assisting or libraries, something?
So my dream is to have that person always be student-centered, to work with students, to work with a teacher, co-teaching, or to do anything to assist the teacher, to be in the classroom helping teachers. They wouldn't be answering the phones or being a secretary, but in the classroom. That's the purpose of having the development cadre.
Okay, I like the idea. So that's a cadre, just so people, subs listening will understand, the cadre is a separate option
Yes.
to substituting. So substituting is still available for anybody who would want it. They substitute on a daily basis. If they're interested, they go into ASOP, which is
educators.
they would be guest educators.
Yes.
They would go into ASOP, which is the system in
Yes.
which select a class on your own. You build your own schedule sort of deal. I want to work today, I don't want to work tomorrow.
Yes.
The cadre is separate, and that would be a full-time position, specific to possibly beginning with 14, so long as we can afford it. And they
Yes.
would always be student-centered positions.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I had a couple of others, but I will leave it
Okay.
at that. Thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Dr. Moore and Dr. Suit. Talking to principals the last couple of years, subs was always a concern. Even before COVID, you'd always look at the long weekends, Fridays and Mondays, and figure it out. And that's before we had payment for the teachers. The pay for the teachers right now they cover is their hourly rate, correct? On the substitute, if they substitute for 1 hour, planning, that's what I was told earlier.
It's a percentage.
Oh,
For-
through the
of
chair.
their
For
salary.
the secondary schools, it's a percentage of their salary, yes.
Okay, all right, of their hourly rate, okay. And on the cadre for the 7 positions that we would have at secondary, and they would be full-time and at the school, which I absolutely love, would they receive benefits?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be part of that. And then the substitutes are just going at certain days, I could do Monday through Thursday, that still remains the same, higher salary, but
Yes.
remains the same.
And they would
Okay.
be the guest educators.
Guest educators, wonderful. No, that cadre, I can tell you at a high school, there won't be a day, of 100 and, how many teachers do we have at Sebastian now? Is there 150? There won't be a day where that person would not be used. And it's just, at the beginning of the day, you get there at 6 a.m. and figure out the call from the lady who did subs at that time and how many you had to cover. So it was, it was really stressful on the principal because those classes had to be covered. So I love the idea of the cadre and then our substitutes in general getting an increase, which would help us, I think. Thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, I certainly support whatever it takes to make the position as attractive as possible. A question, will these individuals, they'll be not part of the union, or they will be part of the union? Or is it optional? If it is ever optional? I'm just curious as to what involvement, if any, the union would have in structuring this.
Through the chair, under the current structure, they are not. They're not part of the teachers' union.
Okay. It's interesting, just as an aside, you talk about guest educators. This became an issue, this high school in Vermont that I'm on the board of. We run it like an independent school, even though it is a public high school. They're actually called adjuncts, much like the universities, colleges. And it's to the point where it was viewed by the regular teachers as suggesting that they were even at a higher, just based on title alone. It's interesting how titles matter and how people are perceived in their community by what you call them.
We call them saints.
Yeah, I think we could call all teachers these days saints, but
First of all, as a perspective of a former substitute teacher, this is awesome because I know once you start subbing, and thank you for being here, once you start subbing, you find your comfort level. You find out where in the school, which school you feel comfortable with. The kids get to know you. It becomes easier for you to become a guest educator if the kids know that what your expectations are, what your bag of tricks are, as I used to call them when I come in. Because the kids are going to test the guest. They are going to test you. And if you don't have those bag of tricks, then you're at the mercy of the kids. And so I think that this is going to be really helpful because I know as a principal, I appreciate this because that 5 o'clock call would come in from my secretary. Guess what? We need these positions covered. How are we going to do it? And it was always a wonderful Parcheesi game every morning of how to cover different classes. I was at a school that we were trying to reform F school. So we had a lot of that at the beginning. So I appreciate that. And I think your fellow teachers will appreciate the fact that they have people they can count on all the time to slide in and that know them and know their kids. And then you feel comfortable as a teacher because one of the things I think is the toughest for teachers is the day that they're out because you have to do a lot more prep work for the days that you're planning to take a day off. And the days that you don't plan to take the day off, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work afterwards coming back to fix up the classroom. So appreciate that. It's about time that we increase this pay. It's pitiful. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to be rewarding people for the work that they're doing. And also, we're in competition. So the more we can attract the best people to help us, the better. And again, I wanted to know if we're going to be able to get the insurance package. I think you answered that with Dr. Jones' question. So that's going to really help us get some great people in. And I think it's best for kids because kids they need consistency. And when they have a substitute in the classroom, when I was a parent and I would hear that there was a sub that day, I think, how many videos did you watch? So and back then, there were videos almost on Fridays. It was spelling bee, then videos. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to be doing something like this because I think it really is what's best for kids, and that's what we need to think about on this the most. Yes, Mr. Rosario?
Thank you. So I thought, before it finally comes to us, I'm just throwing out some suggestions here. And actually, they came from Ms. Lloyd, good suggestions. There were some special suggestions here on creating a special rate for retired teachers to entice them to come back into the classroom. It might, with the salary increase, that might be enough enticing. But who knows, right? We don't know. So just when you discuss that before bringing it back to us. Another suggestion is to create an advertising campaign. Just like there was an advertising campaign for bus drivers There really should be a really good advertising campaign once all of this is kind of solidified moving forward so that we can begin, recruiting high-quality guest educators moving forward. And then maybe a bonus program for subs depending on the amount of hours that they sub. I don't know if it probably would be moot at this point because of the incentive that you're proposing. One last thought that I had as other board members were talking. I did really basic math here, super basic. I didn't even think about, benefits or anything like that. But if we were to take the salary of a first-year teacher, $47,500, and divide it by 37.5 hours a week, right? It comes out to about $105.55 per hour. With this increase for subs would get paid more than a teacher, than a first-year teacher. But we pay for their benefits. So, full-time teachers get benefits, substitutes don't get benefits. In New York, substitutes made more than many substitutes could make more than teachers because they didn't receive the benefits. So it was an understanding, they just knew that that's what it was, right? Benefits for teachers included retirement, medical, vision, all the other kind of perks that you get with the job. So I'm not sure if that would be a consideration moving forward. I know that we are considering the new ESSER coming forward or the new funds that are coming in for teacher salary for next year. How would this change in substitute pay affect negotiations going forward for teacher salary?
So just a point of clarity. So a daily rate for a first-year teacher is going to be about $242 a day, working a 196-day calendar. I'm going to go with Mr. Fagan's math every time. As
every time. So what was that number?
To the chair, 47,500, they work 196 days. So just dividing that's $240 per day, before benefits.
Before benefits?
Before benefits.
And then after benefits?
Correct.
It would be what?
Depending
do
on
that one.
Depending on the benefits in which they selected, right?
Right. So it could be, some people pay $300, $400 for benefits.
Correct.
It could be the
Right.
number that I mentioned,
Right.
or close to it. Okay.
Just to save our union president an email, it would be, the teacher would obviously be at a higher level of compensation than the guest educator, whether it's a full-time cadre individual, which we're still working those numbers. As you notice, we didn't provide numbers on that because we have to get the blessing from our chief financial officer. And then the actually days, it does not include the benefits as well. And benefits, we charge at a rate of about 28%. So it's significant.
So these positions are positions that I would support for sure, because I know that working at the school building, things happen so often. They're so fluid. Sometimes you can have 0 absences, and sometimes you can have, 5, 6, 7 absences a day. And these would directly affect children in the classroom for sure. I believe that. I want to believe that. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Dr. Soot. Next presentation that we'll pull up will be Q3 update. And following that, we'll have, I'll turn it over to Ms. Berenborg for her item. So as it pulls up, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. There it is. That's Saturday school, me visiting Saturday school. We have a number of schools that are participating in Saturday school. This is kind of looking at our district strategic plan and some of the things that we have accomplished. Once again, this is just an update. So in looking specifically regarding our district strategic plan, some things that we are accomplished specific to the third quarter, it is really working with our STEAM committee members to create and modify our plan for 22-23. So we think there are significant opportunities really to engage in that work, to identify opportunities to move away from just a theme, but very comprehensive STEAM programming throughout our schools. And that work is in progress. Really looking at the alternative schools for 22-23. So I have a committee working during this third 9 weeks to look at, as we have discussed before, the offerings of alternative ed. We have significantly increased the number of students who attend ACE. We're up to about 80 right now, Ms. Dampier. But there's a silent student that we're equally concerned about. And this would be students who are behind in credits, are not discipline problems, are attendance problems, because they do not cause a disruption. Doesn't mean that the traditional education is meeting their specific needs. So we're looking at, are there opportunities to expand the offerings through ACE to address the unique needs of those kids. So if you were to picture a 9th grader who missed 57 days, and I'm making this up, but is behind 7 or 8 credits, he is behind the 8 ball moving into 10th grade. And we have to do things significantly different for that particular child to allow him to recoup those particular courses. So we're looking forward to bringing some information to the board on possible solutions for that subset of children. We think there's opportunities for there. Created teacher-parent focus promotional videos on the champions list. Mr. Seymour has done some absolutely outstanding work regarding what is available around extracurricular activities at our school. And this is a point of pride and privilege that we all should be celebrating here in the School District of Indian River County. Some of the things that we offer, or the volume of what we offer, other counties just cannot compete. And we use this list to truly leverage the opportunity to maximize participation and eliminate barriers or obstacles that may be in the way or perceived to be in the way. So any child, regardless of where they reside or their income status, can participate in these opportunities. We continue to conduct monthly principal meetings to review our hiring practices, really looking at and being proactive. Our goal for day one next school year is to open up fully staffed. If we were able to do that, a big piece of that substitute problem, that cadre would be able to address the need. The guest educators, I'm not accelerated, Ms. Rosario, in changing my language, would be able to address that. And if we're able to remain fully staffed, what happens is the item that we just presented funds itself. We don't have to hire all of these subs. We can hire less subs and increase the compensation for the fewer that we hire. Our digital readiness profile is something we continue to celebrate. We're going to bring a presentation to the board. Mr. Fagan was able to present it to my superintendent student council last week. It was presented to our climate task force. This is some really innovative work that's being done in IT, and we want everyone to see the impacts of that. In looking at specifically our African American Achievement Plan, which is required through our federal court order, continuing to look at the early warning systems, training counselors and staff for mental health services, as well as federal programs, really to mine that data to match the service to the students as quickly as possible. We continue to visit schools to do what we call problem-based data problem solving at each particular schools, really looking just not to understand the numbers, but to problem solve to get to the root cause. Mr. Seymour continues to lead our climate task force. They will be coming back to give you all an update shortly, but that committee continues to really push and provide feedback to us regarding the initiatives that we're implementing. Really, really great feedback with a very, very high expectation. We've already heard from Ms. Christofoli regarding diversity in education and what we're doing around our recruitment efforts. And looking at master planning study, and we're very, very excited and eager to bring back information regarding our master plan and where we need to go in the coming years in the School District of Indian River County. So those are some of the things that we've accomplished around our strategic plans moving into the third quarter. Let me back up. We're still on target to hit the overwhelming majority of our targets in making progress or fully accomplishing them. We're very, very excited about that. That's in all areas 1, 3, 4, and 5, focus areas 1, 3, 4, and 5. 1 and 2 mostly include our academic data. And as we look at our academic data, we continue to be encouraged despite the obstacles, what our teachers have been able to do as it relates to the impact of children. I think we're going to be celebrating, I know we're going to be celebrating some absolutely outstanding outcomes. As you all know, last week our third graders sat and took their reading assessment, and 4 through 10 took the writing assessment. Feedback from those students, as I've shared in my Facebook Live, as well as on the radio. Students very, very excited, felt comfortable and confident with what they were able to do as it relates to their writing. Now, I kind of want to shift in this presentation and really talk about student discipline. And it continues to be a point of conversation that we will have. At our last workshop, we spoke a lot about the code of conduct and embedded specific steps in there to accelerate the systems of support that we will be providing to children next year. That specifically was the reduction of one of the progression steps that were thrown on the back of educators. So we will eliminate one of those steps, which allows us to get services to students quicker. We know we have improved the quality of instruction as that instruction is aligned to the standards at a much more comprehensive way than it ever has been before. But make no mistakes about it, where we are with the discipline isn't something we should be satisfied with. It isn't something we should turn our backs on. Matter of fact, we should continue to increase the volume around the discipline in our specific schools. And it may be less discipline over the course of 1 month to the next, but it is not at all where we want. They are scheduling me with youth groups. I will be going and continuing to speak to families, to those who are involved regarding some of the behaviors and influences that impact their behavior as we move forward. But if you look back at 2019-20, those are the first 9 weeks of the school year prior to the closing of the of schools. That's when COVID first hit, and it lined up perfectly with the first 9 weeks. And you compare it to this particular 9 weeks, the number of discipline referrals is down, and we acknowledge that it is down, but we'll really want to ensure that we're more specific in the actions that we're providing. So we don't celebrate that it's down. We ultimately want to continue to progress. When you look at out-of-school discipline, in 1920, there was one action, which was to send students home. We had a very small alternative to suspension program, which was managed by Tykes for Teens. It was capacity-based and not effectively used. So when you compare that to quarter 1, 2, and 3 this year, there were 2 options. All-toss, which was the alternative to suspension. So the behavior warranted a out-of-school suspension. But we know, since in a majority of cases, just sending a student home without the systems of support did not necessarily help to remedy the behavior that was displayed. It comes back and it continues. So we want to provide additional support. So we created our own program, Alternative to Suspension. We call it All-Toss, and we're able to offer it to our students. Numbers still down, about 798 total in comparison to 1,461. We see the improvement of instructional delivery. But as we continue to problem solve, and I've given this analogy before, prior to the pandemic, the systems of support that were in place was able to adequately address those typical behaviors displayed by students. What we see now, the same volume of support does not adequately address the volume of behaviors that we see now. So it is being more fluid. It is being able to respond quicker. It has been a very, very stressful year on everyone, whether it be a board member, a superintendent, principals, and teachers. It's been very, very, very hard. And we all were excited to return to what we thought was normal. But we cannot keep our eyes closed to the impacts of children being out of school for 18 months, a year. And it has impacted children significantly different. So as we continue to problem solve looking forward, some of the solutions that we have in place is to increase the level of presence in our schools, to provide accelerated consequences to students, and be more specific, continue to improve the quality of instruction, continue to enforce a zero tolerance policy regarding fighting or things of that kind of disruption. When we look at where behavior is being displayed, you see the majority of the referrals are coming from in classrooms. That's that continuous disruptive behavior. When you look at what leads to out-of-school suspensions, it's right what we thought it would be, that the majority is the inappropriate behavior, followed by the fighting, whether it be slap fighting or joking or playing. If you're putting your hands on somebody else, you're going to have to find yourself somewhere else to go. And then looking at typically the number of overall referrals, and this is that bottom green box. 12% of the overall referrals are received by about 12% of the total student population. Typically, you look at around that number should be 15% or below. That which would be like a tier 2 intervention. So the fact that we see it under 12 is a quarter up to the quarter third. The percent of students who had 3 or more is about 4%. So that's still, and looking at what would be a typical tier 3 intervention, the most egregious behaviors, those behaviors are being displayed by about 4% of our student population. Once again, within the range of under that 5%. Now, those are our typical numbers. I think our biggest opportunity for improvement is that general disruptive behavior, the disrespect that we could continue to focus in on. The one in which we cannot waver and need to be extremely aggressive is bullying, whether it be cyberbullying, whether it be typical bullying that we see in classrooms. We continue to push out the information, whether it be Fortify Florida or finding a trusted adult. We have to have conversations at a much larger scale in our community. This isn't something that can be combated just in a school. It needs to be combated across the entire community. Really just making the stance, some of these behaviors cannot be condoned. How do we continue to expand our reach and touch on parents in which we see these behaviors being displayed by their children the most? Where can we connect and make relationships within the community to help combat some of that behavior? The typical progressive discipline works for, as we see, most of the students. But for the small few that it doesn't, there needs to be more aggressive consequences that we need to be put in place in order to ensure that we're having the highest levels of support. So this is a conversation that we continue to have, and we'll work with our unions and work with district staff and principals really to ensure as we close the school year extremely successful. We do see a decrease in discipline events from February to March, but that isn't something that we're celebrating. We're continuing to say we've got to push harder, and we need to continue to engage in the dialogue, use our code of conduct as it is intended to see the results. So I think I've covered most of these areas, so I won't recreate them. Let me just make through more robust Tier 1 and Tier 2 services, multi-tier systems of support. That'll be work that we do over the summer, really continuing to ensure that we're getting the right services to the right students as quickly. Human capital and time to conduct deeper dives into the assessment events that are leading to those behaviors, and create an enhanced process to identify provisions needed for tiered behavioral interventions to ensure timely provisions of support to students, which I think I've mentioned ad nauseum, and we've already spoke about the shifts and expanding alternative programs. Looking back at our strategic plan, these are opportunities for continued growth. Create and enhance master scheduling process to optimize student scheduling and match between student needs and course of schedule. So really creating master schedules that meet the needs of students, continuing to emphasize on eliminating existing achievement gaps, really using that data to look at the gaps that we have historically to ensure that we are providing quality instruction where it needs to be provided to each individual student. Shift the focus from our strategic planning and problem solving for 22-23 academic year from out-of-school suspensions to office and discipline referrals. So really trying to get in front of what we're doing around student behaviors at an earlier time instead of waiting until a behavior is displayed that leads to outdoor school suspension. Identifying effective methods for increasing participation in African American students to optimize student enrichment, reading, and intervention programs. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it's not work that needs to be done in isolation. And as you look at the performance accountability system, some of the things that we were able to do during the third 9 weeks during this window that we're now speaking about, the entrepreneurial ecosystem symposium, really highlighting some of the career and technical education programs, was a tremendous success in its first year. We implemented the Superintendent Spring Break Challenge, and what that was really increasing the level of energy for that third diagnostic. And the response to that by students was absolutely outstanding. And some of the data that was provided to us really helped us curtail and really focus in on, in these last coming weeks, exactly where we need to be focusing to ensure students will be celebrating outstanding outcomes. It was Indian River Academy and Sebastian Middle School who won those challenges, and we'll be celebrating with them, not this Friday, but the following Friday. Continuing to look at instructional improvements through our walkthrough process. Really, if you haven't had the opportunity to walk with a principal and just speak about teaching and learning, I would encourage you to do so because they are absolutely instructional leaders. And as you know, we implemented that all hands on deck really to alleviate some of the stress and burden, especially around substitutes, and keeping our schools open. As we came back from the pandemic, came back in January, that was a big initiative that was led in a way to be in the best interests of children. So there's a lot of work yet to be done. We cannot walk away and say, this next year is not going to be a pandemic year. Next year is going to be a pandemic year. And when I say it's going to be a pandemic year, we may not have any breaks in instruction. We may not have any surges of the pandemic, but children will still be dealing with the impacts of that pandemic. And we're going to have to really think creatively and work together in order to figure out what we need to specifically do different. And I can tell you one of the initiatives as we plan the summer development, and you all know about Reignite, that is the big training that we do over the summer. We bring the leadership teams in. Last year, it was solely focused around instruction, closing that gap and the impacts of the pandemic. This summer is going to be strictly around culture and climate. What are we doing to create an environment in schools where students can focus, and we could really provide quality environments where teaching and learning, we can get down to the business of teaching and learning. So there's a lot of planning and work that we need to be doing over the course of the summer to ensure we don't close our eyes or walk away from what our current reality is. And just close this presentation by continuing to thank this board for your leadership around this specific area. Each of you see this as a concern and want to ensure that we're doing absolutely everything that we possibly can be doing to address this. Our teachers are true champions as they're the ones who stand on the front line and embrace our students each and every single day. The frustration is high. the frustration is high. This has been a very, very challenging year for a teacher in multiple points, it's coming at them in all directions. And we need to acknowledge that, we need to embrace that, and we need to continue to celebrate and thank them for what they're doing. And one of the ways that we can do that is to ensure that we have the systems of support in place to ensure students understand what the expectation is when they walk in classrooms. One of the ways that we can do that is to ensure that we're connecting with parents in every single way possible, to help them understand the impacts of the behaviors their children may display, and partnering with them to look at those devices to provide consequences when students do things. I love my two daughters, but there's plenty of times that after just spending 2 days with them in which they need consequences, and they need that guidance and support and that expectation to be upheld. And we need to do that as well. So with that, Madam Chair, I will stop there and answer any questions or provide listen to any feedback you may have.
Okay, I think it's Dr. Jones' turn.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, and entire district staff for supporting our principals and teachers. I've said it before as a principal, the first thing I said on the first day of school to every student, you have a right to a safe learning environment and no one has a right to disrupt it. Zero tolerance is obviously crucial. When I look at the impact reviews, I've been a part of a couple of those. I mean, it all goes back to that engagement in the classroom will reduce discipline issues. And we've all known that for many, many years, and it's key in supporting our teachers. In the increased numbers in ACE, and I have talked to Mr. Brown a little bit about this, what support are we giving them? Because our key indicator here is how soon do they get back to their regular schools. So what are we doing? I think he's up to 75 or 80 now, and I'm just assuming that some of these are because they zero tolerance and so forth. So how are we helping that program achieve their goals?
So through the chair, and everyone knows Alternative Ed was my first, it was a life-changing experience, not because I was there as a student, but as an assistant principal, counselor, and ultimately a principal. So providing the highest level of support for them, they have additional resources that are there, clearly defining what we need to do to address the specific behaviors so students can return to their appropriate school as quickly as possible, with the reassurances that that behavior that got them there has been fully addressed. So Mr. Brown has done some outstanding work in preparation for the increase of students. And I think one of the things that the pandemic has also done, as students were not in schools, the behaviors that were there because they weren't in school weren't being displayed. So we were down to around 30, 34 students in the alternative space because of the pandemic. Doesn't mean that that's something you celebrate. Look, we only have 34 kids in the alternative school. It's just that they weren't in the school environment in which would have ultimately led to the placement. So we think the numbers that we are there now actually allows them to function more effectively because they have a body of students to effectively implement the appropriate interventions versus having 12, 14 kids at school. It just becomes, you lose the vibe or opportunity to do that. So we're comfortable with the leadership that is there and the energy around the support that's being provided.
I guess the best thing I liked on here is implications for practice. Allocate human capital and time to conduct a deeper dive. And, you know, when you look at approximately 4% of the students had 3 or more office discipline referrals, obviously we're not getting them on Tier 1 and Tier 2. So when you talk about human capital, what are we doing with those students?
The 3 or 4%, we want to get those students that support quicker. And I think one of the biggest initiatives is the progression of discipline. One of the steps has been reduced. So if a student is continuing to display the same behaviors after a modification plan has been put in place, we're able to move quicker to accelerate the higher level of support the student needs. Same thing with multi-tier systems of support. So really looking at those particular frameworks, whether it's leading to an ESE placement or not, we need to ensure that as we implement those plans, we only implement them once. So we're problem solving with a team of principals and district staff right now, really to streamline that particular process and ensure that the district is seen as a layer of support and not a layer of let's just do the same thing the principal has already done. So I think we need to become more intelligent about how quick we move of getting the services to students as quickly as possible when we know we need them, versus let's try the same thing over. If it doesn't work the first time, the second time, you got to move on. You can't do the same thing over and over and over. Stupid is as stupid does.
And then just a thank you to our teachers, our support staff, our principals. As you said, in talking with some people, it's a challenging year. It's a challenging year for our students. It's a challenging year for anyone who works in a school. So thank you every day for being there for our students. Thank you.
Mr. Barefoot.
I think Doc Jones said it best. You know, I think this is a very ambitious and comprehensive approach. Educational outcomes is the goal here. And when you have behavioral issues in any school, it not only affects that student and the teacher, but also the other students. There's some of them feel intimidated, or they feel less secure, or whatever words one wants to use. So I applaud the effort, and whatever we can do to support it above and beyond, I'm sure you'll let us know.
Okay. Ms. Rosario?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the alternative discipline that is on the third slide. There was it says initiated planning for continuous improvement for alternative discipline supports. Right there.
Yeah.
On the left, second down, sorry. Initiated planning, alternative discipline supports. So I heard, everything that you were saying, but specifically, what alternative discipline supports are we talking about? Is it only ALTOS? Is it ALTOS, OSS, and something else? Like, what is it that we're...
So in the most comprehensive natures, it's looking at the alternative ed experience itself, ensuring that we're meeting the needs of all kids, just not students who have discipline problems. That's what I referenced in the presentation.
Yeah.
It is looking at the impact of ALTOS. It is looking at the impact of the systems that we have in place. The alternative to suspension program, the data is really strong. What is it, Ms. Dampier? In the 86%? She'll correct me, but in the 80s, when a student goes to ALTOS, that does in fact correct the behavior. They're not continuously disciplined for those particular situations.
But this is the first year that we're doing all
Well,
this.
and that's what I'm saying. We're going school by school to evaluate what has worked, what hasn't worked. There has been some inconsistency. I've been assigned to alternative to the suspension program, but I just didn't choose to go. My parents let me stay home. That didn't do anything to correct the behavior. It just turns into ultimately an outdoor suspension. Can we be more intentional of saying, because we want to correct the behavior, you're going to have to go? Your parent agreed that you're going to go, student agreed that you're going to go, school agreed that you're going to go, and ultimately the intent is to provide that particular service. You don't get to say A and then do B. So there's being more intentionality around that. The increasing the rate in which we're able to give feedback to teachers regarding consequences, that is a school site problem-solving initiative that we'll do over the course of the summer, making sure we're quick as possible regarding the time in between a behavior being displayed and the consequences being administered and shared. And I think that is a major opportunity for improvement in listening to our teachers. Student does A, he gets B, I don't know about it until it's already been administered, or I don't know about it at all. So there are opportunities, not at all schools, so I don't want to say that's, but it's specific to certain schools, in which we need to kind of shore up some of that.
So we have a lot of acronyms that were brought up. And in case there is anybody who's listening who doesn't understand some of these, ALTOS is the alternative to out-of-school suspension, correct? Okay. The alternative education program that we have is different from our Aspire program. The Aspire program is a class that was created brand new this year as well, or I believe ALTOS isn't new, it's the Aspire program that's new.
Yes.
That is the program that is where students who need an alternative to out-of-school suspension will go there for the full day. They do not have the benefits of being in traditional classes with all of their fellow students. They do have a certified teacher in that room. They do everything in that room, schoolwork. There are discipline correcting something or other that happens in there while they're in there.
No, you're doing good. ALTOS is the alternative to suspension. We house it at a sub building at Vero Beach Senior High School. Aspire is our initiative for indoor suspension.
In school.
In
Okay.
school suspension. What we looked at, it was very inconsistent from school to school, and it was simply just a consequence. And you would go there and you would sit all day, and it was inconsistent. We will look at that over the summer. Actually, we're looking at it right now for the remainder of the school year. Some schools did better than others in its implementation. We're solid that we need to continue the initiative, but want to ensure that we're looking at how, in fact, do we do twofold. The consequence is, in fact, the consequence, while at the same time, that consequence is helping the student not to display those behaviors again. And we really, at all levels of discipline, that needs to be at the forefront. We need to ensure what we're doing in partnership with parents is addressing the behavior that was displayed.
So for the students that, I suppose where I'm heading in this next comment is that, as you well know, transient education can really impact negatively the outcome for the students academically, even socially. So if they're coming and going into an ALTOS or into even an Aspire, that can have a negative effect. More so probably with the long-term suspension, because they're there for, some weeks, maybe even a month, and then they go back to the traditional school, right? So they go to the alternative ed for a period of time until whenever the alternative out-of-school suspension ends, and then they come back to school. I needed in my brain, I needed to change my words because I was going to say something I didn't really want to say. And so then they come back to school. So I think that transition period is really something to look into. Keep track also of the data or that transient move. Also, those students, how many times do you return to ALTOS before we actually say enough is enough? At some point, we're going to have to put a break on some of the consequences. If we're constantly giving the same consequences over and over to the same group of kids, it's not working. Something else has to.
Agreed.
We have to stop doing, working on that hamster wheel and going nowhere. Mrs. Dampier, I saw.
I just, when we're looking at the data, and we did a presentation a couple of months back, it showed that our students that were in the Aspire and the ALTOS program, there wasn't a whole lot that were returning back 2 and 3. There was like 9%. And they were our frequent flyers that we already know that need additional support. They're on our radar. And the students who are at our ALTOS program, we had not ALTOS, at the alternative school, we had very few students return again to the alternative school. So.
Return back to the alternative.
Yes. So we know that there is work that needs to be done in the programs, but at least we have these layers, and we are looking at the layers to make sure they're being effectively implemented, consistently across the district and across the schools. And we are looking at that data.
So I'm going to switch slides a little bit and go to the student discipline slides where you have the numbers in the charts. Clearly, the numbers in the charts are going up. We know that Q1, everybody's kind of just coming back from school and just getting used to, going to classes and kind of hanging out with their friends, and everything is, happy-go-lucky, and then you get Q3 and you get this shot up there. But usually Q3 is going into the Christmas break. You have, I think Thanksgiving you're out of Thanksgiving. Are we in it now? Is it post-Christmas, Q3?
Through the chair, Q3 is January
Right.
to spring break.
Okay.
And historically, even in my previous district, that has always been, in terms of discipline, the worst 9 weeks. And typically what you see going into the fourth 9 weeks is a significant reduction because there's assessments, reduction
Right.
because seniors are graduated and they've taken their finals. So, as school begins to close down, you see less and less behavior. Third 9 weeks has always been a challenging 9 weeks.
So part of this, I wonder, and I'm not at the school, so I'm just asking for clarity. It's my understanding that, and rumor mill, I know Mrs. Barenborg mentioned rumors before. It's my understanding that a lot of the decisions of school-based discipline have now been deferred to the district office, where either principals or assistant principals or those who are in charge of issuing a consequence at the school would have to call the district to get either approval or run through with somebody here whether a particular discipline would result in an out-of-school or an in-school suspension. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no. When you're going for a suspension, it's just a call to Mr. Bass, in which we're talking through and then we're looking at the progression of discipline, the act. But in terms of any other consequence, absolutely not. And it's not this is what they did or to get approval, it's a notification.
So it's only out-of-school suspension that they have to call Mr. Bass?
Mm-hmm.
So at what point will we allow principals to make those decisions? I mean, they are school-based leaders, and they know their kids more than anybody else. They know the nature of why certain behaviors occur. Are they behaviors that are occurring more than once? Is it in one particular classroom or another? Why don't we just allow the principals? We have an established code of conduct that clearly maps out each discipline. I don't want principals to feel like the district is micromanaging their decision-making.
I would not say that's the case by any stretch of imagination.
Okay.
It is 100%. We trust our principals. Everything you just said, second, that is in fact the case. And to be very, very honest with you, looking at the rate of suspensions historically allowed us a deeper understanding in terms of, is the consequence aligned to the behavior? And I think as we move out, what we're seeing is a quicker escalation to behaviors. And the opportunity for improvement, I think, on the system is when a student does something that warrants a suspension, you suspend them and you don't go through a progression of warning, second time, third time. You have to align a consequence to the behavior, even if it's the first time the behavior's been displayed.
So it's no secret that I have recently been advocating for us to do more in terms of bullying. Put out, we talked about a campaign earlier, but a true, real district-wide, no tolerance bullying campaign. But that can't be done without true training. That cannot be done without an understanding of what is bullying. That can't be done just on the blanket, statement of saying, well, someone bothered someone. The kid returns to an AP and says, oh, I was just bullied, but it literally was just a one-time bother, rather than, when I grew up, we were bothered all the time, and it was like, just deal with it, move on, find another friend, It wasn't where kids are so sensitive today. Nowadays, and not only is it often a few times just that one-time occurrence, but now you're finding that it escalates. It increases in the amount of time that that one particular person is bothering another, and the next thing you know, they're fighting. Or someone gets jumped, or someone is bullied to the point there isn't even like a month. You know, it's kind of like the next day. I don't like you, and tomorrow I'm going to beat you up, you know. And they're smart. They do it off campus. Or they'll go into the bathrooms. And we have a big problem with the bathrooms, with kids fighting in bathrooms, with kids doing drugs in bathrooms, with kids vaping in bathrooms, you know, bothering or bullying each other in bathrooms. I mean, it's a clear indication. And you know, as a kid, they know we can't go in there. You know, they'll go in and they'll literally in seconds things happen, and then they're back in class. And unless one of them reports it, I'm just afraid something's going to, you know, happen someone's going to really get hurt. The increase of canines, by the way, I believe that you did do that recently, Dr. Moore, the increase of canines in Vero Beach, the flick.
In partnership with our deputies, yes.
And I'll tell you, it helped. I've gotten feedback from parents who said, my child saw an increase in these canines, and they didn't want to go into the bathroom. A lot of the other kids didn't, so it works. If it works there, let's continue that move. Let's really partner with the sheriff's department and increase the use of canines to send a message. We're not playing. We're not joking. And from now until the end of the year, that should be part of,
And next year.
And next year, and moving forward, that, you know, we're not going to take the discipline that we've been seeing thus far. So if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it. And shout out to the Sheriff Department or the Vero Beach Police Department or any of the police departments that we partner with who are increasing the canines at our schools. It is greatly needed. Moving forward, I hope to see that some of these discipline referrals are truly reduced for the real reason.
Okay. So keeping it on that last one that you had of the bar graphs. So you gave us an overall, and you know we had a meeting with a parent who's in the room, and we talked about possibly looking at it by school. Will you be giving us that report?
To the chair, that is it's public facing, so we have that information to push out. So being able to go on and look month by school, groups of schools, comparing middle schools and high schools is available on our website. So in my series of pushing out information, I'll probably push that out next week, but that information is public facing.
Because, you know, everyone knows that you get a different pulse at different campuses. I'm getting feedback from people as I go through the community and talk to people about what's happening in their schools. And one piece of feedback, I think we've talked about this, is at a particular school that had a big event where a lot of police officers came. One of the people I talked to said basically that one of the issues they're seeing there is that kids are enjoying going to Aspire. And I don't think that's what we want. I think that we want kids who want to be able to avoid that place. But the thinking is, and this came as a quote from a teacher I talked to that said, the kids are saying, I can't get my work done in some classes, and I want to be able to work and get my work done without interruption, so I'm going to go to Aspire. And so perhaps we need to look at that, is why is that happening? And we know, and I appreciate the fact that I think you put it on one of these, the one that has the black background. And I wrote myself a note is, yeah, you talked about enhancing the master schedule and looking at a match between student needs and student desires of courses. And I think that's important because obviously, you know, as a former principal, that discipline issues are directly related to lack of engagement. And so the more engaging a class is, the more students are involved in it, and the less discipline issues that teacher has, and the kids enjoy it, and they're not going to act out for that classroom. We know that. So I think that's an important part to look at too. Another concern that came up to me, and I heard this from an administrator and a teacher, were intake meetings after students returned back from alternative centers. That used to be a problem before, and this was something that I brought up in the past, that kids are just returning all of a sudden showing up. They were at ACE one day and they're showing up the next day back at their school. So the board asked, could there make sure that we have intake meetings where the principal is meeting with somebody from ACE and they know that they're expecting this child, and then the child has that meeting with the incoming principal saying, you know, these are the expectations, and you need to make sure that you're doing what you need to do when you come back on the campus. And I'm hearing literally as of last week that that's not always happening. So we want to make sure that those intake meetings are still happening.
Oh, sorry, on. Through the chair, we can check, but not only do we do the intake meetings, we send staff from the alternative school as weeks after the student has already been back to progress monitor the impact that it's having in that typical school.
Perhaps that the intake meetings are happening with people that aren't the principal, and the principal is not getting that communication from the person that's doing it. Whichever, I think principals should be in tune with that.
I can tell you for all, because my staff is in charge of those meetings, Dr. Lewis, as well as Mr. Brown is a part of that. They do contact the parent, the administrator at the school, speak to the principals. Sometimes the principals do not want to hear that they're coming back. And so, because I've even spoken to a principal myself to say the student had met all the, the expectations and that they were coming back to campus. So they are contacted, they are notified, not via email.
But are they notified like in a couple of days in advance of the child returning, or like the night before?
They are usually notified the day, but weeks, like if it's the following week that they return back.
So there's a week between.
Yes,
So that
yes.
opportunity for that principal to meet with the parents and the student coming back.
Yes, and there is an intake process that happens at the school, and we have it outlined and we tell them, hey, this is what has happened at this particular school with this child, and Mr. Brown is available, and he talks about, hey, we had this, and this kid was successful. Actually talks to make sure that the kid is going to be returned, and going to be taken care of when he or she returns back to the school.
And, it's a two-way street.
Yeah.
But my concern is, if I'm hearing this, are they documented, those meetings?
Yes, they are, because Mr. Brown, he has documentation of all of the intakes. Before a student gets ready to come back, Mr. Brown contacts my office, and Dr. Lewis and my team, they meet with Mr. Brown. He has to show documentation. He can talk about the kid, and there are a set of standards and expectations that the kid is supposed to have met before he or she can even be considered to go back. And then from that process, yay or nay, some kids do not go back, even from Mr. Brown's recommendation, because we look at the data and says, no, this kid is not, maybe another 9 weeks would benefit this kid. So there is conversation. A kid is not just automatically showing up. We've had some parents take them back because they assume that the kid is supposed to go back to their home school, or vice versa, even wanting to go to ACE. So sometimes parents do show up on the
Okay, so we need to get that
Yes.
communication then with those parents.
Yes, we
Okay,
have.
because I'm letting you know this is what I've heard. So
Okay.
the other thing is, I agree about the bathroom. The bathrooms have always been an issue, and they're going to be an issue in the future for other reasons as well. So looking back on, some of the things that this board has approved for redesigning schools, and not building new schools, but looking at our schools and saying, how can we make them safer? We did the single point of entries, and I believe we're all done with those. So the next thing I'd like us to look at is redesigning bathrooms, and you and I have talked about this. In airports, you've got a choice of having an individualized family bathroom, is what they call them. I've noticed in some of the airports where you can go in and it's just an entryway from the hallway into one bathroom, kind of like our elementary schools have. Elementary schools have one bathroom in the classroom or two between the two classrooms that can be shared. But it's for any child to use, one child at a time. And I think, we really need to look at this for safety, for lots of reasons. Vaping, for children feeling safe and comfortable in their own space without other children that are there that they're worried about. So I think that we need to look at how we're redesigning our bathrooms in our middle schools and high schools. And that needs to be a priority, I think, moving forward just like we do with single point entry. Okay. Doc Jones, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. When you look at Florida statutes, 1001.32, it talks about the responsibility of the superintendent and the principal. So Dr. Moore, when you talk to your principals regarding discipline and their concerns, what would you say that their top concerns are? Because I've got some comments to make about ACE too, but when you talk to them directly, they are in charge of that school. What are their top concerns?
Through the chair, I would say it varies from school to school. So the progression of discipline moving quicker, faster is probably an overarching concern. Getting the level of consequences to students is as quick as possible. Probably the assignment or length of time students may stay at the alternative school would be an opportunity to improve. The volume of the typical behaviors, they're higher than we've ever seen before. So just the little continuous disruptive behaviors that, if not addressed, lead to bigger consequences.
As far as ACE, we were talking about intake meetings. I've been a part of one. I mentored a student at ACE going back to a high school. So it was a very detailed meeting on, first of all, were they even ready?
Yes.
And then the principals would talk about it. And then you have a few who decide to stay because it's a smaller environment and just not ready to go back to the larger environment. And I think of the schools and the bathrooms and so forth. And obviously you want to have safety for all your students at all times, all students at all times. And, we can take a look at that. But I just, and involving our parents, it's just real simple. You come to this campus, we don't want any fights. This is what we're doing. Please support us. This is what we want to do in order for all of our students to be safe. I think it's a key. But just having that expectation out there from a principal's perspective, a teacher's perspective, from a parent's perspective, you want your child going in there and to be safe in all environments. And again, I say all students, but, you hear things wherever you go in this community. And I think everyone would say we're all trying our best to make sure that our students have a safe learning environment. And we need to stay on top of it as a board member, And I might have been one of those principals saying, I'm not sure that student's ready to come back. But by golly, they had a chance to come back. And then you continue. Any child that came back to the school for any suspension met with me before they went back to the classroom. I don't care if it was a 2-day or they were at ACE for a year. These are the expectations. This is what we need to do. So it's that constant communication and support. Thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
I wanted to mention, there was a question about why some kids want to stay in Aspire. I know one Aspire teacher in particular whose students are asking to stay. And it's mostly because he's building a relationship with them. It's become a safe place for them. I don't believe that for the majority of those students who want to go back to Aspire is because they want to get away with, doing a misbehavior and, giving the consequence. I do think that there is some merit to some kids wanting to get their work done, but building the relationship with the kids was one of the purposes of having an Aspire teacher there to influence positive change. It might be a catch-22 when you think about it, because if you make it too good of an environment, they'll want to stay. But now let's look at the positives of that. If a student wants to stay in Aspire, it's because, one, they're given one-on-one instruction, right, or one-on-one attention, or a private, quiet place to do their work. They feel safe. And why aren't many of the other classrooms creating this same environment? That's certainly a topic for many. Again, I come back to creating an alternative school similar to ACE, if not restructuring ACE, to be a small school, a micro school or a mini school that has the actual, low numbers. Obviously, I talk about this a lot. When I was in New York for the alternative school in New York, they were over age and undercredited. And we were able to expedite the learning for them through a no-frills program, none of this other fluff. I mean, literally just graduation requirements, let's get through it, one-on-one instruction, smaller class sizes, and they opted to come in. And they were successful. And when they graduated, number one, because they wanted to be there. They didn't want a GED. They wanted a high school diploma, and it was incredibly satisfying for them to walk across the stage in their cap and gown. So for many reasons, I think that is definitely an opportunity. I'll say it as many times as I need to for us to actually get there, because our schools are they're bursting at the seams. Create these smaller micro schools or these mini schools, these, I know the word Dr. Moore uses occasionally is boutique alternatives, and they could be centered around specific needs, right? You can have a career and technical one, you can have just a simple, alternative to the bigger school, so you have this smaller view. I mean, you can have a DI one. We talked about a little bit, a differentiated instruction one. I mean, there's so many different alternatives to doing this. You can do it where you do not have to separate them into grade levels, but into academic level, which is what the homeschool community often does, where you can have a grade 3 and 4 combined together, so long as they reach the standards and they meet, the academic achievement that they need for that standard. It's standards-based, not grade level-based. So it works. It works. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there.
All right, thank you. Then this will be a, sorry.
No, I'm done. Sorry. I'm done.
This will be an item that we continue to have. I think Ms. Rosario set us up for information very nicely, for information we'll be sharing once we vet everything out and expanding the alternative program. With that, Madam Chair, that exhausts my item, and the next one belongs to you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. It's 2:41. We'll be back at 2:51. 51, we're resuming our superintendent's workshop has now evolved into a board member workshop. And we're going to start with the item that I placed on there, which is a review of, review of media and library materials review committee. And it has to do with House Bill 1467 that's recently been passed into law. Board members, attached to the item was the actual enrolled copy, that's what they call it, is the actual last bill that was presented to the governor. When he signs it, it's the enrolled copy. So when you go to look at House bills, that's what you look at for the ones that have been signed. So just to give you maybe a little bit of education on this, because it's kind of interesting when you read these, all of the writing on the bill that is not underlined is already law, okay? So only the parts that are underlined, and it usually refers to, like on the second page here, it refers to the section of the law that is now, it's been added to. So, for example, on the second page it says Section 1, Florida Statute 1001.35 is amended to read 1001.35 terms of office, and then it goes through and it says, okay, our terms of office have now changed to 12 years, starting November, moving forward. So you can see that's kind of how you read these, is you go through and it says which section of the bill, with the name of the bill, which section of the law that's current law, and the name of the law, and or the number of the law, and then what part is being amended or being added to. So knowing that, when you go through these, I kind of went through it with a fine-tooth comb, just I'm sure that his team is doing, and Neola people will do, is going through and saying, okay, what's going to apply to us to make changes? So we have now gone through this book review, and we did it under the current policies and procedures that we had approved in the past. And under those current procedures and policies, the book review team was not meeting in the sunshine. It was a committee that met and reported to the superintendent, and then the superintendent reported to us. However, because of the changes in the recent law, we need to make sure that we're asking the superintendent to do a couple things. So I'm going to read what I handed to you on my little handout, which I just typed up yesterday. It says, the school board should task the superintendent with the following. Update all school board policies and procedures that refer to library books, media center materials, and instructional materials to align with the changes from HB 1467 to Florida Statute 1001.35, term of office, and Statute 1006.28, and Statute 629.29, and 1006.40, and other statutes that are referred to in the bill. To move from a subjective review, which is what kind of took place last time, to a more objective review of the books, the school board should do the following. Form this SDIRC, Instructional and Media Materials Committee, to determine thresholds of grade appropriateness for library and instructional materials for SDIRC, creating a community standard. So under there, I put timeline for this committee should be established. I believe Dr. Moore shared with me today in my individual meeting, which I'm sure you've gotten to, his timeline. He's kind of thinking the same lines I am, that we need to start looking at a timeline soon. The committee should establish guidelines for 3 age groups: pre-K to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12. The committee should review and set guidelines for 3 areas with respect to age appropriateness and our community standard, which this group would determine, and then give that to the board as a recommendation. So what are those guidelines? What do they need to look at? I think part of the issue with the last review is, number one, and I met with Ms. Pippin this week. We actually compared one of the books, and she had a version of the book, I had a version of the book, and they were 2 totally different versions of the same title. And with that, understanding that ISBN numbers are so important, because if there's a book challenge, it's only fair to the person doing the challenge that they know which books we have in our libraries. And they need to be access to those ISBN numbers in order to do that. So if they're looking at, if this group is looking at a book, last time they looked at title by title by title by title, and they determined individually each book what they should do with it. I believe they should create a standard. And if they create this standard, then the book committee will further be able to just take every book and say, okay, let's compare the book to our standard that we all approved on. And I think it'll be easier for the book committee, and it'll be more objective than subjective, okay? So the community standard guidelines, I think, need to be set for respect to age appropriateness for those groups that I mentioned, pre-K to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12. And they need to be in 4 areas. So they need to determine, for our community standard, what is okay and what is not okay for pre-K to 12, or pre-K to 5, profanity, violence, sexual content, and critical race theory in books. And same thing for middle school standard, and same thing for a high school standard. The committee should then take those guidelines and use them for future books challenges. I think it'll be easier for the committee to then look at each book in the future and be able to assess it according to the guidelines. So I believe that this committee should first set the guidelines and then use those guidelines to review books. And this should be set up in accordance with the changes in this law, and the law goes into effect July 1st of this year. It all must be reviewed in the sunshine according to the law. So this book committee has to be meeting in the sunshine. It must be, have a clear process set up within our policy. So our policies need to be updated, and they need to have clear procedures and processes that follow the law. The other thing that it says is that the committee members need to be representative of parents that have children in our schools. And so I believe that our board should determine the committee members that will make up this board. So this all can't happen, though, according to this statute, when I went through the statute changes, until the 3 things need to happen at each school's website. Each school on their website has to have a list of all library media centers in materials in a searchable format. And I believe we talked about that. It has to be on their individual website pages according to this. The second thing is a list of all required reading books must be on those school websites as well. And the third thing on the school websites needs to be a list of all instructional materials used to provide instruction. Also, interestingly enough in here, we have to be able to make available for parents any instructional material that we order, like the Amplify books that we got, available for parents to purchase. So that was kind of a unique thing on here that I've never seen before for instructional materials. Now, I do know we've talked about having those instructional materials available for students for hard copy, if they so wish, if it's a digital copy purchase. And Mr. Meyer and I have talked about that. I'm sure you've had too with him. But I think this is unique in that the statute says that parents can have the option to purchase those books. So that's kind of interesting. So once these websites have been updated, I would like to see, and I put a suggested timeline of that the superintendent brings us a request with timelines, which he gave us today. And then in May and June, the board advertises a request for some people that are interested in serving on this committee. And then possibly by the June meeting, we can vote on potential committee members so that they can start their work in July, looking at what these guidelines would be that would make up our community standard for the things that I mentioned. Okay, and these I came up with from what has been challenged and also what is in the statute that we're looking at. And so I just think that this would help, if we did it this way, would help this committee have a more objective view at looking at the materials versus a subjective view each time that a title comes forward. So that's my proposal. I know that the superintendent has given us a timeline to implement those changes. Dr. Moore, do you want to refer to that?
I would just like for this to turn on. There it is. I think as we have this conversation, it might be best for Mr. Meyer to go through and highlight what specifically needs to change. I think what you provided is a great jumping off point. Our goal today is really to highlight some of the shifts or the work that we have to do as a result of 1467. As you recall, in February, this board already declared the need for action and the shifts of policy in the item in which we ultimately approved. So this is just us, the natural progression and the work that needs to be done. But as this is policy, this is the opportunity for us to hear from the board and then go back and begin crafting out. So if Mr. Meyer can review, A, what are the shifts or changes that are required, what we have to kind of accomplish, and then ultimately a suggested timeline, which is just a point or a starting point in the conversation. I think the best way to do is to receive information from the board, go back, digest it, and then bring back a more specific timeline based on the volume of work that needs to be done.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, absolutely, and yes, we are excited to move this process forward as approved by the board in February. The item that we submitted did identify that there were opportunities for improvement in the policy. We did mention that it would be helpful to clarify the process of who is on the committee, how they get on the committee, the membership composition of the committee. Does parent mean parent who's also a staff member? Does parent mean is not a staff member? So opportunities to clarify that in policy to be approved by the board would be fantastic. Moving forward, the frequency of the meetings, so on and so forth, that's great stuff. We recognize that. Additionally, there's been some things, in conversation with community members, what should the material stay in circulation during review? Should there be an appeals process? Should we post the list of materials under review on the district website? Things of that nature would be helpful to put into the change in policy when we get to that point. House Bill 1467, it does obligate this change. This is a perfect time to not just take what the board has already seen, that my office has already seen as opportunities for improvement, but then to incorporate these obligatory changes such as the meeting in the sunshine. There is a new requirement in that also, House Bill 1467, that requires individuals who are selecting the materials, including library books, to complete a training that's developed by the department. And the timeline that's mentioned in statute is the department has to create the training to deliver to districts no later than January 1st of the upcoming year, 2023. So, should the board consider, we don't select any new library books until that training is there, because who knows what's going to be in that training. So there are some considerations to take that into account as we are doing this. I'd be curious to see what that training would say as far as the reviewers themselves for like a challenge. Ms. Barenborg, you mentioned putting this stuff on the website. There's a couple of instances where House Bill 1467 requires us to place different material on either the school or the district website, but interestingly enough, it says in the format prescribed by the department. Well, the department hasn't prescribed that format. So yes, we've got to put the stuff on our website, but we've got to wait for them to tell us how to do it. So we'll be, sitting anxiously awaiting that. Of course, the materials need to be selected by somebody who is certified in educational media specialist, which we have one of those at each school. And then the processes, which we do keep on our website as far as how we are approving those. But I think that all of this can be incorporated in a timeline. Obviously, this is April. I would be intrigued as to, if board members want to weigh in on some of the considerations of the points that we have to make now. We can definitely bring a draft in May of these changes to 2520 and 9130. That we can then maybe get to a final draft in June. I think that's definitely a timeline that's workable. Some other considerations, Neola, we had a conversation with Neola. They told us that they would not anticipate having their changes to this legislative session until June 30th. But, this is a little bit different, right? I mean, a lot of times Neola incorporates things into their policies and we sort of wait for them to do that. But this instance, we've had a lot of conversation about this. There's a lot of knowledge in the room about what we want to do. with these changes to policy. There's a lot of knowledge in the room about this bill. I wouldn't say wait until June 30th to take some of these proactive steps. I think that the board, knows what they want to do with the committees, for instance, and there's some things we can start pushing the ball forward, even though Neola is not going to have their recommendations to us. As Dr. Moore mentioned, he goes to FADS. I'm sure they'll be talking about recommendations at FADS. I attend a conference called FOIL. FOIL is in May. We anticipate getting some guidance from the Department of Education at FOIL. It's always sort of a roll of the dice how much specificity they give this close to a meeting at FOIL right after session. So hopefully we could have some information in May to guide our direction. But the timeline that's here, I don't see why we're too far off from that, as long as we can start getting some feedback from board members to get, as close to a consensus as we can to start making some of the recommended modifications. And then, of course, the obligatory modifications are pretty easy. I mean, it's in statute, so.
Yeah, one of the things you brought up was about the website and that they needed to give you the guidance. Well, it also says in there that we can't really have the instructional materials committee reviewing books until those things are on the website. So it's kind of a catch-22 then, I'm hearing.
So the policies have to be on the website. I mean, and I don't think that it requires us to wait until the material that we've selected that is in use is on the website before we start a new review. It's just they're going to develop a training for, at least this is the way I interpret it right now, they're going to develop a training to give to people to assist them in the review of their books moving forward. But, it is intriguing to, should we be selecting any new library books prior to that? I had a conversation with Ms. Pippin as well. And one of the things that's not in 1467, but I don't think is a bad idea, is posting the list of materials that are under challenge locally on a website somewhere so that parents are aware, these 150 books are under challenge. There's no way that someone would have known that. We don't post that currently.
Right.
It's work that, you could request with a public records request, but I don't disagree with, informing parents as to the challenges, because we've already implemented a innovative practice here in this district where parents can opt their own kids out of library books for any reason. So if they were to know which books are currently under challenge, maybe they would simply take their own parental right into their own hands until that challenge is completed, and restrict access to their own students' books. And that would be a way of getting us to that January date when the training is available. So, I mean, we wouldn't remove access for all students, but certainly some students. Again, that's another point to consider for the board, whether we want materials to stay in circulation during a review or pulled permanently for all students. I think the policy we have certainly enables parents to take charge of that on their own, but we'll take the will of the board from that moving forward. You'll see, if you click on boards across the state and the country, both sides of that question. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's just what we choose to do.
Looking at the top of what I wrote here with the threshold for a community standard for those grade bands, considering those four things, profanity, violence, sexual content, and critical race theory, do you think that would have helped this past group be able to maybe have a quicker conversation or be able to review the books a little bit more objectively than subjectively?
To the chair, I mean, absolutely. That committee was following what we believe to be our directive. I know we've had a number of conversations about what isn't obscene, and there were beliefs that, the books were not going to be a violation of the obscenity code, but certainly the committee itself had a lot of discussions about what was age appropriate. There were people on both sides of that for a number of books that some of the committee members didn't feel like they were age appropriate, but the consensus won out in that it was. If the board defines that, then it certainly makes it easier for that committee to simply carry out that mission, right? If it contains this content, this board feels that's not appropriate, that makes it easy for that committee to, get their work done. What you've put here, I think, is also a good idea to have the committee establish that. I would say I would have them bring them back to the board to make sure they're what you'd want.
Oh,
right?
Of course. No, this
So,
is a recommendation to the board.
Right. I mean, I think that committee brings forth what they would propose to be the guidelines, and then those are board approved, and then they move forward. I think that could work very well. That may be better than the board trying to enumerate in the policy yourselves what those guidelines and what those standards are. But either way that we define that locally, it's going to assist that committee in upholding that community standard, and it's not going to leave it to just those people in the room to interpret at a later date.
So,
Can
just
I
to-
just report, I just want to comment on this one thing that you were saying about bringing it back to the board for a vote, if I can. If you look at the suggested timeline in the bottom, I'd only put until July, and July was that they begin trying to set these guidelines, because I think that's going to be the deep conversation about what does the guideline look for in those grade bands for those particular items. Once that deep conversation happens and we come to some sort of consensus, then that recommendation comes back to the board for approval. I don't know when that would be, but I do know that that would at least give them the opportunity over the summer and hopefully August to get us something, hopefully by the end of August or September. But that's my thinking, it might take longer. I don't know how long that deep conversation is going to take.
Through the chair, I just want to restate what I think is there are required changes that Mr. Meyer highlighted, things that we absolutely have to make because statute has changed, therefore policy must change. Taking on the community standard, which is a brilliant idea, allows us, the board, to create in an open, transparent way what the standard is in Indian River County. And you asked the question, and the answer without hesitation is, yeah, it would have made everyone's life significantly easier if that standard was a little bit more explicit in terms of what is and is not age appropriate, because that varied from house to house, home to home, family to family. So that is an initiative that this board would be taking on at a local level to be incorporated into our specific policies to guide the decision-making process of staff. And I think as you say, July would be the opportunity to begin that conversation, to take the time to get it ultimately right, to build consensus, is a time frame that I would support in engaging in that conversation. I don't think it would be easy, but I think at the end of the day, we could set a standard and take control of what's happening here in Indian River County. And yes, I will go to the state's superintendent convening, which is Wednesday, and this will be some of the information that I will share. This is every single district is dealing with it, and one of the recommendations I would have is everyone deals with it the same way. I don't know if other superintendents would be as bold as this, but I would encourage them to at least take it on. And then foil as well, we have the school board convening in June, so the number of opportunities not to fly our ship by ourselves, but to get input and feedback on what we're doing along the way. So our goal today, and this is a first stab, but to receive information in regards to what you have shared, the shifts or changes that are required. I would love to get feedback on the community standard approach from other board members. I would definitely support it, to say it up front, but because I think it would make Mr. Meyer and team and media specialist and whoever serves on the committee very specific in terms of the action that they would be taking, and they would definitely appreciate that. So this would be the first opportunity to receive information, us to bring it back to you at the very next convening to continue to move this work forward for however long it may take.
I also would urge that this group meet in the sunshine to establish the guidelines as well.
Agreed.
Okay. Which will be an interesting thing. I think it should be maybe audio taped and not videotaped because of the nature of the concern of the words that might come up.
That would be awkward, but I agree.
Okay. And I know Ms. Rosario also had some items attached to this. Ms. Rosario, do you want to bring those up now?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
And then we can
if you
talk
want us
about, and the other thing I want to throw out there to board members is I want your feedback on what you think about the thresholds for a community standard on those 4 points. And then also, how do we want to go about getting this committee formed? Because, you know, how are we going to make sure that it's fair and we get all aspects of ideas in the same room to vet this out?
Yeah, so I'll just begin with a comment on the community standard. I think one of the bullets that should be added is obscenity. That is the code in which we are identifying the definitions of what is obscene and what is pornographic and what is sexual content and so on and so forth. So one of those, or remove profanity and use obscenity only, you know, but obscenity should be one of those bullet points in their community standard. The community standards here, with the exception of critical race theory, really isn't different from what our statutes are telling us. And everything that was brought up or has been brought up in terms of what the statutes say are these bullet points. So it's not like we're reinventing the wheel, but I do appreciate, Mrs. Berenborg, you bringing this forth. In this manner, it just kind of highlights, I suppose, you know, the topics of discussion or the topics of focus with an eye on what the community would identify as a standard to weed out in some of these curriculum and the library books. Board members, I put up an item after Mrs. Berenborg's item because when I looked at her item, I did not know, obviously, where the conversation was going or what her intent was. And so just to be clear, that's one of the reasons why I added my item to the agenda with the attachments so that you all were fully prepared to read in advance some things that you might want to address as you are making these decisions today. I will mention that one of the items was a procedures on library book selection and review packet. It had the sign-in sheet, the roll call, and the sign-in sheet of the curriculum of the library review committee that was in process or in progress, looking at the 150 plus books. There are sign-in sheets there. There are attachments that were given to the committee, so just so that you all know what it was, including the policies that we have, 9130. It does include the obscenity statute. It does include policy 2520. And these, of course, were all under, I'm going to say Mr. Meyer, because Mr. Meyer was overseeing the entire process of the challenged books. Case law was also included in that. And then as you move forward, there is the list of all of the books. And moving on after that are how the committee actually selected or provided little notes on there in terms of whether a book was lost, or whether a book contained violence or sex or bestiality, whether it contained critical race theory, whether it contained graphic pictures, sexual content, or it had sex in it but it wasn't graphic. Like, all those little notes are in there for you. There's a column there that says, does this have literary merit? And then whether the book was appropriate for elementary, middle, high unrestricted, high restricted, and then permanent removal. What's interesting is this was not provided to us before our vote. And I think that should have been. Had this committee been within the sunshine, we would have received all of this information to help us better make our decision on February 28th. We did not have that information. We relied on what the superintendent suggested to us as a recommendation that did come from the committee. So I gave that to you all because you need to have it. You need to know what occurred. The other thing that I put on this, the other items that I put up here as a backup was in part really to support the 1467 House bill. So in talking with the superintendent and what that would look like, we I think the suggestion was, how do we start this? If we're going to draft a policy, which we did already approve, and he agreed, in the February 28th, as he mentioned, one of the items that he proffered to us was to allow for the conclusion of the current legislative session to incorporate the potential changes from the Florida statutes into new policy for revision. So that's where we are right now. And as a result, I kind of provided a suggestion to the objection committee. So it seems like what I provided might be a good support to what you're providing. And so if you all can pull that up, it's titled suggestions. So I think that's really where we can kind of move forward. The suggestions there might answer some of the questions that you just asked with, like, how do we select the committee members and what would the committee members be responsible for doing? So I kind of looked at this new House Bill 1467. I looked at our policies. I looked at the procedures that were attached to our current policies, and kind of created this suggestions procedure. And I'd like to also just add to that, our statute here in 1467, as is in 1006.28, it does say that each school board has the authority. We have the constitutional duty and responsibility to adopt the procedures for developing library media center collections and post the procedures on the website. So that is our responsibility, the policy and the procedures for this item. Oh, thank you. The policy and procedures for this item. So this is very important for us to be able to do with the authority given to us by the Constitution, by the Florida Constitution, because ultimately, you know, it comes down to board member responsibility here in oversight over curriculum. So as you'll see, if by now I'm thinking that you already pulled it up, as you'll see, the first page of the suggestions are really just a summary. I'll just read the first paragraph. The rest you can read on your own, assuming that you read it over the weekend. This committee shall be responsible for the review of library and media center books, materials, and electronic resources that are housed in the library or media center and are submitted to the district with objections. Anyone can submit an objection. Library and media center materials are non-state adopted instructional materials. Again, much of this is just taken from current written statute. But the suggestions for the committee review procedure would include an eye on some of these items that Mrs. Berenborg mentioned with sexual content and critical race theory, stating that all state adopted and non-state adopted materials must be evaluated for bias-free content, must adhere to the Rule 6A 1.094124, required instruction, planning, and reporting, and must follow Florida state statutes, chapters 847 and 1006. Mrs. Berenborg mentioned some other chapters in there, but they'll fall under the 1006 as a chapter. She had the sections. And then
I had the ones that were edited,
yeah,
according to the new law.
Yeah. So what I did, I just put the entire chapters, rather than looking at the specifics. What I found before is that when we look at the sections, we miss some other important information. So including the chapters just kind of makes it clear, like, everything in there,
I
we're
included the
responsible.
entire law.
Yeah.
That is what is attached to your item, the entire law. So I wanted to
Suggestions.
make sure everybody knew that.
No, I'm sure they see it. I'm with you on that one. Okay, suggestions for the committee review procedure. Should I read these? Should we go over them one by one? Because this might be,
I think that these are suggestions that I read them. I'm sure hopefully my fellow board members read them. I think instead of getting in the weeds about the specifics, let the superintendent have the opportunity to go through all your suggestions, which I think you made some great suggestions, and then get back to us with, how to move forward. I think what we need to do today is kind of vet, how do you see this going forward?
Yeah, so,
For creating the committee?
so let me finish here. Again, I come back to, it's our responsibility to adopt the procedures. So if we don't get involved in the weeds of this and just defer everything to the superintendent, we're going to miss.
That's not what I'm saying, Mrs. Rosario. What I'm saying is, we can all read it, we can all do that, we can all verify and review what he gives us to make sure that it's what you included as well, and then we can, I don't think right now is the opportunity, though, to dive deep into this. We're missing one board member.
That's
We
fine.
just got all the information. We haven't had him have an opportunity to give us what he wants to put forth. I think, given all that information, then I can compare what you wrote, what he writes, and kind of dive into it, because you're right, it is our responsibility, and we need to take responsibility. I am not saying that it's his responsibility and we just go with it.
We shouldn't, not on this.
No,
This
but
is
you just
very
made that
important.
statement, and that's why I
We
interrupted.
shouldn't, not on this, not on
Nope.
curriculum. Curriculum is very important, and it does fall on the responsibility of the school board to make that decision as is written in the statutes.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Oh, wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. The case for Collier County is something that I took a look into for this particular item because of the sunshine law, and I'd like you all to to take a look at that as well. The final conclusion in that case stated that the sunshine law applies, which I will agree. The sunshine law, this committee needs to serve in the sunshine. The last suggestions that I made were the makeup of the committee members. The one thing that I will say is that I would suggest that however many people we have on this committee, that it should be an odd number. An even number won't allow for consensus or for, when they're voting, that they would get the majority. So if they're a tie, at least an odd number will kind of help that process. So I thought one media center specialist coordinator, as you'll read in my suggestions, having the media center specialist coordinator lead the committees would remove Mr. Meyer from actually doing that work. But of course, that person would be trained, as you'll read within my suggestions. At least 4 must be parents who are not employees, but who have children enrolled in the school district. At least 2 grade level teachers specific to the book or material in question. So if you have a first grade book in question, we should have either an elementary or at least a first grade teacher, and at least 2 instructional coaches. The committee members should not consist of the petitioner or petitioners, and the committee members should not consist of elected officials or candidates for elected offices. So we should try to make this as nonpartisan as possible. And except for the media center specialist coordinator, the parents, the grade level teachers, and the instructional coaches must submit a written request to sit on the committee. The request will be reviewed and voted by the school board members. The committee members may not be needed unless there is an objection. I did think that obviously that should change. I mean, they might want to meet periodically throughout the year to see if there are any changes or updates. And then this committee will be created and remain as such for 1 year. So hoping that I did run this by Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore had very positive things to say about this suggested list. So hopefully, board members, you will be on board with it as well.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
I was just going to suggest that we all have this now. We all meet with Dr. Moore on a weekly basis. We can provide specific feedback to these 14 suggestions and add any of our own or suggest edits to some of these. or suggest edit to these, but the bottom line, as is often the case, the process that's followed is more important than the final decision that's made. And that the more voices are heard in that process with different points of view, the better chance that people will live with, I'll use that word, because it won't be often that everyone will agree on everything. So I'm 100% behind being as specific as possible about the process, but allowing differences of opinion, particularly when it comes to what's age appropriate for a given, K through 5, middle school, high school.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Ms. Berenborg. I've read the bill in its entirety, and I certainly know new additions to the bill because I helped write legislative information when I was at the FHSAA. I'm going to go back to the very beginning on protocols. I don't mind emergency items being added, but to get all this information and then absorb it before you make a comment is still very challenging, so I'm going to keep on top of the superintendent with that. As of April 8th on the library of media form that all parents have access to, 95 students whose parent guardian granted full access, 3 high school students whose parent guardian excluded access to the restricted books, 24 high school students whose parent guardian allowed access to the restricted books, 5 students whose parents guardian restricted access to all books, 3 were from the same family, and 4 students whose parents created a limited list of books. So 131 out of our 15,000 have gone on to see the library form. Ms. Berenborg, I like the summary you've done. Again, I just am taking a look at it now, but did you run all of this by our attorney to take a look at?
No.
Okay.
I brought it to Dr. Moore. I met with Mr. Meyer. We talked about it, and he agreed that this is the place to start it.
Okay.
It was a conversation with us, let you absorb it, not make a decision today. That's why it's being offered at a workshop. Let us all vet all of our ideas out there. Let the attorney meet with the superintendent and then kind of get it vetted.
Thank you. Because I'm looking at the 3 pages Dr. Moore sent after our November 16th meeting, and I know that's before state statute change, but there's a lot of similarity there.
Yes.
The community standard, I think these 4 points are fine. We can look at adding or deleting or whatever, but the most important thing for me will be who is chosen to be on this committee. I don't know if some of you realize this, but right now we're a majority-minority district. We need to make sure that we have Black parents, white parents, Hispanic students, LGBTQ parents, and I think students just in general, because we need to hear from all of our representatives of this community if this is truly going to be a community standard, and we can never forget that. As far as adding more books that will be maybe challenged, I think Mr. Meyer's idea of putting those on a list so parents make sure their children don't check those out, that's fine, but say we get 30 more challenged, I don't want those going off the shelves automatically. We have to take a look at these, but parents certainly have the right to say, I don't want my children looking at them, and so far, not many have done that in general. When I look at where we're going with this in the timeline, it's pretty intense, but I think we can get it done. I mean, I think we've talked about this at the last meeting where we say, one parent doesn't have the right to tell another parent what book their child can read, but when we looked at those 165, I believe, and 5 were not K-12 appropriate, okay, that's fine. Some obviously needed permission and so forth, but we have to make sure that we're following state statute. I certainly understand that. And then we represent all of our parents and students. And when you look at where we're going, what Dr. Moore put out there, and I think it was December, we need to re-envision our media centers. And I think our media specialists would support that, so that we have a good comprehensive catalog of materials and making sure we're maximizing that space on individual school needs. Stakeholders should include school advisory council, school-based staff, physical plant, operators, and technology specialists. I think, where we're going with this is, and I looked at checkout of these books. Not a lot of students are checking out books in our media centers. That's just fact. We all know if they want to see something inappropriate, they're not going to the library. It's on their phone or whatever it can be. And I want to make sure we have books for our children that are appropriate. Please understand that. But I also want to re-envision on where we need to go with our media centers as we move, into the future. I think Mr. Meyer should be on this committee. He's the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction. I understand the board's responsibility as being we are the ones who are saying whether it's a go or no-go when they come to us with these recommendations. And I do agree that it needs to be in the sunshine. And the other information you put on here, Ms. Berenberg, I've gone through it pretty quickly. For the most part, I think I agree with it. But just going back to my first statement, I need some notice so I can study these because I study everything that comes to me. So I think we can move forward and continue to look at, and what I'll be looking at very, very carefully is who's on the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, this wasn't meant to surprise you. This was I was going to just read this and say it, but I thought to me, it's helpful to see it in writing while somebody's speaking, so that's the only reason why I typed it up for you.
Thank you.
I'm not done, Ms. Rosario.
Okay.
So I see your list of your potential committee members, Ms. Rosario, your suggestion. Sometimes a media specialist coordinator, I think it's good to put them on the committee, but I think sometimes that person may not feel comfortable with being the leader of this group. With other committees, I think we allow the committee to come up with who's the leader. They vote and vote on who the leader is. So that might be something, a suggestion I'm making, that instead of appointing who the leader is, maybe they come up with who their leader is. I don't know. The other thing is you have at least 2 grade level teachers specific to the book. That means that would change all the time every time there's a book challenge, because we've had books that are challenged from kindergarten all the way up to high school. So that means there would be 2 people from every grade level on there potentially. So that's too many people, I think, on a committee. Ideal committee can be anywhere from 7 people to 15. I think once you get over that, it's a little too crazy because they got to be able to vet all of their opinions and, keep it to what it is. What I envisioned when I saw this, and I have to say thank you to Mr. Meyer for talking me through this, the thresholds and the age group appropriateness. Like, how does a group go about this? Because different people have different opinions on what's okay for kids to look at, obviously, because otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. So I agree with you. We need to have lots of different people with different aspects looking at this, how they at least come up with the guidelines. For example, what profane words are okay to have in a book that's given to elementary children? That might look different than what is okay to give to a child that's in middle school or high school. And so that's why I think it's important to have this committee go through and vet that information first of, hey, these words are okay, these words aren't okay. And then it makes it easier down the line when you got a book and you can just go through it and say, you know what, it's got this word, that's not in our guideline. We need to move it up or out or whatever it is. But I think it would help future book challenge committees to do their work and not feel like they're every time going back to the beginning of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, the opinions should not be a part of this process. What I think and what I feel and what I would choose should not be a part of the process. Our lens should be strictly on what the law states. Using the obscenity code as a guide for identifying what is defined as, nudity, what is defined as obscene, what is defined as a person, what is defined as sadism, sexual battery, sexual bestiality. All of those definitions are already created for us. So we have to, as a district, agree to stop using the idea that, well, some people think one way and another. We have to stop that. That's why we are where we are right now. We have to use the law as our guide. The other thing, recently there was a press conference with Richard Conquerin, and it wasn't with this law, it was with another one. I think it was with the Parents' Bill of Rights in Education bill. And he was asked by the media, what is age appropriate? And that was incredibly interesting. So his answer, he began the answer with tying it to the standards. He didn't expound too much on it, but what our standards say are age appropriate is what's age appropriate. And I thought that was a genius description, a genius explanation. We need to look at our standards and guide the discussion of what is age appropriate and what is grade appropriate. So how I interpret that is, you know, if a first grader is supposed to learn their ABCs, then the books that are available for that child should be at ABC, you know, on the ABCs. That's very, very elementary right there, but so using those as a guide, and I also want to come back to 1467. There's something in 1467 on page 4, and it is section B, that would help us define age appropriate and grade appropriate. Maybe not the way that we're looking for, but any material used in a classroom, made available in a school library, or included on a reading list contains content that is pornographic or prohibited under A47.012 is not suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented, or is inappropriate for the grade level and age group for each kid. So there isn't a progression as to how much profanity can you have, how much sexuality can you have, how much pornography can you have. There isn't, the statute is clear. It says no pornographic, nothing prohibited under A47.012, and that's it. It's not suited to student needs. It's not like it's not suited to elementary, or it's not suited to middle, or it's not suited to just high. It's not suited means it's not suited. If the district school board finds that an instructional material does not meet the criteria under subparagraph A, which talks about meeting the criteria, and does not meet the criteria, or also any other material contains prohibited content, again talking about that prohibition, prohibited content under subparagraph B, the school district shall discontinue the use of any grade level or age group for which such use is inappropriate. Very clear. If it contains anything prohibited in A47.012, it is not appropriate. It must be removed, discontinued. Not a discussion must ensue about whether it's good for elementary or does it have one piece of content or the other, you know, is it a little bit or a lot? That should not even be a part of the discussion.
Okay, so
At that point, it should be removed. The other comment that I had was, I think it was Dr. Jones who mentioned students being on the committee. Is that what you mentioned? I think that is grossly unacceptable because you're putting a child in the position of possibly reading sexual content that they are possibly containing profanity, possibly containing pornography, possibly containing any of the prohibited items in 847.012, and putting a child in that position, a student in that position to read that material, the material of which we are considering not allowing them to read, would be grossly inappropriate.
I disagree, especially at the high school level.
I have another question, Dr. Moore. Have we been contacted by the sheriff's office at all with regard to any complaints about these books being in our current library systems? Have we been contacted by the sheriff's office about any complaints? Are we under investigation because of any of these books?
If a complaint is, through the chair, is submitted to the sheriff's office, he's under obligation to investigate. Obviously, there has been a complaint submitted, and he is looking forward to wrapping that up quickly. So I've spoken to the sheriff a number of times regarding the process in which he is taking to do that investigation, and we're looking forward to that being concluded real quick.
So you have been notified on that?
Oh, notified, no. Like, yes, we've had the conversation. Has that complaint been submitted? Yes. Does he have staff looking into it or deputies? The answer is yes.
Because board members weren't aware of that, right?
I was aware.
It depends on, yeah. Well, I'm hoping to have that information resolved as quickly as possible.
And are you going to update us on that process?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because I didn't receive anything from you on this.
No, well, we'll get it.
Did other board members receive information on this from you?
As it came up in briefings, yeah, I think some have.
We didn't receive anything in writing. I asked him a question.
I asked the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to
That's good to
respond.
know.
I want to respond to a couple things you said, because this is my item that I brought up, and you piggybacked on it, which I appreciate. But you took the words that I said and you spun them a little, so I want to talk about that. You made a comment that it shouldn't be argued over which swear words or whatever. You know, in statute, if you read the statute, it doesn't tell you a list of swear words that somebody thinks is profane and another person doesn't. What I'm suggesting in this is that people really look at that and say, what's acceptable in our community to say in a book and what's not? And if you look at the statute, it doesn't clearly define the specifics of those things.
Of what is?
It does clearly define some specifics of what profanity, obscenity, sexual content is, but it doesn't, and this is part of why this is being argued across the nation, is because some people's understanding of what's okay for a 16-year-old to look at is different than what an 8-year-old's thing to look at, right? And so there needs to be some sort of vetting or community discussion, and I would suggest that the attorney be at this guideline meeting so that the attorney can give advice as to what the statute says for this discussion. And I do think that a community a committee that we create can come up with a community standard according to the statutes. I don't differ with you on that. We need to stay according to the statute. What I do differ on, what you said, is that this committee doesn't have the right to discuss how that statute's interpreted. And I think they do. And I think our attorney should be involved in that so that we make sure that we're following law and that this community group comes up with a community standard that's following law, that's something that we can all live by. So when a book is being reviewed, you don't have to go back to the beginning every single time and say, does it follow each one of these statutes every time? I think that's what we got involved in last time, and that's where we had a problem. And so I think to make it clearer, this group needs to come up with those guidelines first according to the law. I am not disagreeing with you on that. What I am disagreeing with you on is I think these people can determine if a certain swear word can be in a book or not. That discussion could be out there so that they can say, yes, that's acceptable, no, it's not. Because if you look in the statute, it doesn't tell you which swear words can be in the books or not. So I think that that's an opportunity for this committee that can come up with that for us to be able to say, we've vetted it, this committee really understands what our pulse of our community is, and that people can live with, those are the guidelines. When we move forward with books and we're reviewing books, we need to make sure that we're looking at those guidelines because that's been vetted with the statutes in mind. Dr. Jones, did you want to say something?
I can't find that timeline that Mr. Meyer gave to us about all the times the committee met, but I do remember Mr. Meyer double-checking everything that dealt with pornography and what constituted pornography and what did not. And that was made very clear to us, especially when we saw that what books would be restricted, what books would be deemed not appropriate, and then what were okay at certain grade levels. So that was explained to us in detail.
Mr. Barefoot, did you want to say anything?
Nope.
Okay.
So just to follow up on that, the obscenity code is the one that I just quoted. I didn't quote anything about profanity. I referenced sexual content. The definitions that are in the obscenity code are defined.
Right,
They
you
are-
you
they are
mentioned that what I
clearly
wrote here,
defined
though, in the
there
community
with regard
standard
to
doesn't need to be
sexual
reviewed.
content. With regard to sexual content, whatever is pornographic, deviate sexual intercourse, harmful to minors.
I'm not disagreeing
everything
with
in-
you on that.
Okay, so that's what I mentioned.
disagreeing
That's what
with
I
you
am
on is
talking about
this.
with regard to opinions. There should be no opinions with regard to this chapter, this statute on obscenity. The obscenity code is
It needs
very
to be
clear.
clarified, though. I think it needs to be clarified with the committee, with the attorney present.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be clarified in so much as to say no is no.
I do think, though, that profanity, which is the one I had there, I did not have obscenity on this list. You added that, remember? So the word profanity is what I had there for looking at what is profane language in elementary school. That needs to be vetted by this committee, I think. And I think that's fair. It's not written anywhere which words are profane.
But
I didn't see it in any of the statutes.
But the committee is not defined in our statute as creating policy. The
They're
committee is not
suggesting policy
defined.
to the board.
The policy and the procedure needs to be clarified prior to a committee meeting. The policy with the procedure very clearly, as it states here, let me read it again, just to be sure, each school board shall adopt procedures for developing library media center collections and post the procedures on the website. But we are responsible for the procedures. We are responsible for collecting by constitutional duty and responsibility to select and provide adequate instructional material for all students in accordance with the requirements of this part. And it goes on to say, each school board is responsible for the content of all instructional materials and any other materials used in the classroom, made available in the school library, or included on a reading list. And you could read the rest. That is the work of the school board.
Okay, Mrs. Rosario, what I'm asking, and this is my right to ask as a board member, is for us to have this committee vet the guidelines. And I'm saying guidelines. They're not coming up with a policy. They're going to set some guidelines to give to the board to say, do we think that that's appropriate? I don't think it's our job to come up with all of the list of swear words that are acceptable for each grade level. That's what I'm asking this committee to do. I'm asking them to come up with these guidelines so that we can be assured that we're following the state statute.
Well, I think there we would disagree.
Well, then disagree. But I think that this is my suggestion, and I have the right to make that suggestion just like you do.
But nobody's saying that you don't.
You just said
I
I didn't.
disagree with that. I
Okay.
disagree with the
I
committee making those decisions.
That's fine, that's fine.
I agree with everything else. I just disagree with you that the committee should make those suggestions. But we're not here to make those decisions right now, right? We're here to talk about it so that we can read
I
and
just
we
feel
can
like
come
my
back to the
opinion
table.
is being shot down, and.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not
Well,
at
you
all.
have
We
your right to your
come-
opinion, I have my right to my opinion.
Exactly.
My feeling is, we need to follow statute. I don't disagree with you at all. But I don't think we should get in the weeds and specifically state what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable at every grade level. And I think that's been the problem with this committee, is people get to the committee and now they're arguing over every single book, every single time about what is acceptable and what's not. I think the attorney needs to be sitting there, and the attorney needs to be there so that anybody can ask a question of the attorney about what is acceptable and what isn't when they're looking at the books. That's my suggestion.
The work moving forward, right now, Dr. Moore, what is your understanding of what you've heard from board members thus far?
Through the chair, my next steps is to meet and debrief with each board member regarding exactly just that, what we heard. I think you have provided me a great starting point. Ms. Berenborg has the information provided by the two fellow board members as well as Dr. Schiff. I'll circle back with her. From there, I'll put together what would be a timeline as well as kind of benchmark out what should be accomplished within that specific timeline. So to me, it's relatively straightforward. This is a tremendous body of work. I think the board is choosing on, regardless of whether it is a process that staff creates or the committee creates. It is a tremendous amount of work that on the end will be significantly worth the effort that we put into creating. And it will make everyone's life clearly much easier, and then we would have a set standard that is embedded within policy. And once it is within policy, that then becomes the way in which I must implement or staff must implement. So I think, you know, we're choosing to go above and beyond in terms of this community standard that we're looking to create, which I think is the right thing to do. And it will take us a little bit of time to create that. So I'll circle back with each board member, get that input, and then come back with what would be at our very next superintendent briefing. This is what I put together regarding each board member's thoughts, and then receive feedback as a whole, and then kind of vet that out based on the feedback that I receive.
I'm going to add one thing to that. She added the word obscenity to the paper that I gave you, and I didn't put that in there for a reason, and that's because there is a very, very easy law to follow on that. That's why I had profanity, violence, sexual content, and critical race theory in there for that vetting process for guidelines. Obscenity is the law that's separate. And I think that's where we're differing here, is the frustration I'm feeling is that I feel like this needs to be discussed, vetted from community members. And that's why I didn't put obscenity in there. There's a law. So what's profane to somebody is different than what's profane to another person. But what's our community standard? That's why I said that.
Through the chair, and I think any policy that I would want to bring that is so specific to us uniquely here in Indian River County should incorporate a process in which the community has the opportunity to give input to ultimately what the board would approve. So that there, in my mind, that we definitely have to capture an opportunity. So when you 5 board members who represent the entire county are improving something that's creating something that is unique, this is not going to be a Neola policy that it's basically the same for all 67 districts. It's going to be unique to us, which I think is what makes it special. And I agree with you. There needs to be a process to say, this is just not David Moore and team's policy listening to the 5 board members, but ultimately this is how we can stamp approval that it is reflective of a process that brought in the community's input. And that's the work moving forward, is to determine what is that process and then share it with the 5 board members to determine what is in fact our next step.
Yeah, and that's my desire, is to give community input and then let the board make the decision on what to do with it.
One thing that I haven't heard is, and I know that we talked about it privately, about a reconsideration for the 150 plus books that were just done. Once this kind of gets solidified and we have a direction in which we're going, we have a new policy and procedures, moving forward with this. So what's the reconsideration about? Are we going to then at that point reconsider the 150 plus books? I know Mr. Meyer said that he was open to that. Because we didn't have a open and transparent process for those books, do we start from scratch, which I think would be a very, very smart idea? What are your thoughts?
Through the chair, I think we did have a pretty solid process. But as we define what the community standard would be, I think we're going to answer that question with looking at what those standards would be. So there might be, as the new policy becomes very, very explicit in terms of what it would be, and we look at the process that we followed previous, the answer may be, yeah, because the policy is now so specific, we've created a greater level of detail within that policy. We, in fact, should change or re-review those particular books. But I think the best answer would be is, let's see how explicit we can be in providing our guidance to ourselves, and then look back at the process we used before in comparison to the level of specificity that we have now. And then we could, choose to reevaluate books or not to based on the specificity of the policy.
So what I have concerns about is creating a committee to get their feedback prior to writing a policy. So you're going to create a committee to get committee feedback on what they think is profanity, to incorporate that in a policy that we haven't created yet. So we're actually going backwards instead of creating the policy and the procedure and going to the committee and then adding it, or having a draft and then adding to it. So
Through the
we're
chair,
deferring to,
I can't defend anything because I'm not making any recommendations yet. I am at the point in which I'm receiving information from the board members. There is a variance in terms of how board members feel. It's my responsibility to digest the thoughts of all 5 board members and put together one recommendation for you all to hash back and forth. So I can't defend a recommendation because I'm not making a recommendation, although I do make the point, we should have community involved in receiving feedback from them along the process. I need to determine how that process would actually look moving forward and then bring a recommendation back to the board.
I just don't want to receive feedback on something that is going to violate the law. Someone who says, well, I don't agree with the law, I don't agree what the law says here or there, but that's not up for discussion.
Well, through the
What
chair,
is law is law.
I agree, and
Okay.
if I would encourage you to vote no if there's anything that you would think was breaking a law or
I
violating.
would.
Dr. Jones?
Dr. Moore, I think it'd be a terrible precedent to go back on the work that the committee did. I mean, there was a lot of time. You saw the timeline, the events that they all met. It was a 4-to-1 vote. And at that time, that's what we were looking at, and that was the vote. I say this as far as moving along with the new state statute, the new law, we move forward, not backwards.
Through the chair, and once we have an item, and once we were able to look at it, we can make once again, I'm not making recommendations yet.
We could get other laws that come through and all of a sudden, wait, well, that doesn't work now. I mean, that's going to be happening. Come on.
Absolutely.
The only thing I'll say, Doc, is if there is a new statute, there are some new rules, we are going to, that's why I suggested the guidelines from input from community members on this, because once you have that, I think it's only fair to go back, and if somebody, I think they need to put the book forward again if they want it reviewed again, and I think we should oblige to do that.
And they also have the choice of saying, I don't want my children to read that book.
Right.
I mean, if we didn't have that, I understand. And that means every public school system who went through this year in Florida and in Texas and other states would have to go back and look at that. I think we move forward, and then if a parent doesn't like a certain choice, and as a parent, I'd say, nope, you're not reading it, I fill out the form.
Well, I think let's let the superintendent, the other thing, the reason why I put the guideline thing is because I imagined a parallel working on this. You're working on because you and I discussed the fact that Neola probably won't come out with the actual policy until August. Right. And so if that's the case, if you're also looking at, okay, we possibly form this committee and we let the committee give input, we're doing the policy creating with the input at the same time. Then the board votes on the final policy in August. I think the confusion is they're thinking that I'm asking for the committee to come up with the policy. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the committee to come up with some guidelines so that we can create the policy. That's the idea. But I think it's important to get that input from community members.
No, just as a level of clarity, seeking input and thoughts from what is going to be defined as a community standard, I think you need to collect that information from the community.
Right.
Staff, school board attorney, Neola, we will craft a policy that incorporates what I'm hearing is the desire of the board, a community standard. It will be unique to us because it will be our community standard, but it will be a policy that will be crafted by staff and vetted to ensure it is legally sufficient, it can be upheld, it is not violating any specific statute, So it will be a policy, just as any other item, that will be reviewed for legal sufficiency. But it will be the burden on staff to take all of the input from the board members, reflective of our community, to create a policy, have it reviewed for legal sufficiency, and then have the board digest that and make a decision regarding whether each board member thinks it's the way to go or not.
I have a suggestion, or throw it out a thought. What about creating a survey, a community survey, to receive that input in that manner? Because you can have 4 or 5 different people, or maybe even 20 people give you feedback, but it's really not indicative of the entire community that we live in, all of Indian River County. Whereas if we do a survey, an open survey on these bullets here, we can get a better view, a better understanding on what their ideas are, use that to craft.
And through the chair, once again, I'm not opposed to a multitude of different ways to receive feedback. It could be, once the policy is created, seeking, give us feedback on this specific policy. The advantages of having a team is using the team to pull apart and then put back together what the actual process would be. So I think what I will bring back will be reflective of the board and incorporate a process that we can feel proud of to really create a policy that does in fact include a community standard, which is going to be the hard and complex thing to do, to define in a very, very diverse community what exactly that particular standard is. And I think it's worth the endeavor, and I think we could be the district that sets an example. So as we move forward in this window of time, and I don't think this is anything that's going to go away anytime soon, we have policy to fall back on regarding what in fact is the standard. And as Dr. Jones says, whether on what side of the standard in which you fall, you always have the option, because we're one of 2 districts in the state that says you have the opportunity to choose to opt out or restrict access. So we have that as well.
So I just, when we do that, I just want to be clear that in this process as we move forward, because there are still so many other recommendations that you are currently working on, which is already the redefining or re-envisioning what our libraries look like. But that it's very important for everybody to understand, even though we are asking, or you are asking, the district is asking for consent of parents, parental consent on this item, it does not negate the fact that there could be felony charges, or it could be a violation resulting in a felony. So parental choice on this matter really isn't parental choice. It isn't a legal option, is my point.
If that's found to be true.
If it's found to be true.
Please say that. Please don't say that you think that that's the case, because it needs to be found true.
But it is the case. It needs both. There's both. It is the case that the law is the law, and there's no getting around what the law says. It is a felony. A felony is a felony is a felony. That's it. On the opposite side, if we are being charged with a felony, we don't know that yet. We don't know if we, as a school district, are going to be charged with that.
That's my exact comment.
But that's not what I said. I didn't say that we were being charged. I just said a felony, the law trumps parental consent in this case. Parental consent does not trump the law.
Through the chair, I think this is, you asked, it was the chair who asked at the last board meeting for the school board attorney to provide additional information. I think that information has been provided regarding the legal standing in which the district took to make its recommendation to the board. So
Right.
It has been legally reviewed and vetted to ensure that we are in legal ground.
I did ask for that.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Okay, anything else?
Not on this, no, ma'am.
All right. I don't see anything on here other than Superintendent. Do you have anything in closing?
No, ma'am, that exhausts the agenda.
Oh, that does exhaust the agenda. Thank you. It is 4:10 and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.